Oh, good evening, members. I am Councillor Chris Brown, Deputy Mayor of Tunbridge and Malling and Vice Chair for the Council. This evening, the meeting of the Council was preceded by a special meeting to consider a motion in respect of Honorary Freeman. I will chair this meeting on behalf of the Mayor, Councillor Hammond, who has a disclosable pecuniary interest in the matter being discussed, in that he is employed by the organisation that is subject of the motion. For the benefit of those members of the public present this evening and for those who may be observing proceedings on our YouTube channel, we will clearly announce which meeting is opening and formally close each meeting once the business has been concluded. Your attention is drawn to agenda item 1, which sets out guidance on how meetings will be conducted, including the ground rules. Members and officers will be introduced when invited to speak. Alison, do we have any apologies for absent?
I've not been advised of any apologies.
Go ahead, please. Councillor.
It's working. I'd like to, Councillor Barton sends her apologies. Thank you very much. I think, yeah, we're pretty sure she communicated earlier.
Okay, thank you. So we move on to agenda item 3. So I'd like to invite Councillor Davis to present the motion, please. All right, Councillor Davis, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. The motion proposed is that in recognition of their eminent services to the Borough of Tunbridge and Malling, Royal British Legion Industries Aylesford be admitted as honorary freeman of the borough pursuant to section 249(5) of the Local Government Act 1972, and that in pursuance of section 249(9) of the Local Government Act 1972, expenditure be authorised to enable an address to be presented to the honorary freeman of the borough referred to above. That's a little bland. Let's put some humanity into it. For the whole of its life, Royal British Legion Industries has transformed the life of veterans. Those are people who have spent anything from a day to a lifetime in the British Armed Forces. The vast number of those veterans needed no help in the transition back into civilian life when their service ended. However, the remaining few needed help, and Royal British Legion Industries have been at the centre of that work for the last 106 years. Royal British Legion Industries' predecessors in name started off in 1919 as a sanatorium, treating thousands of troops returning from the trenches of World War I with tuberculosis. Preston Hall rapidly became the leading national centre of tuberculosis care. The Royal British Legion Industries moved on from that as a national charity and institution, so that by the time Tunbridge and Malling Borough Council was formed, they were providing housing, sheltered but meaningful work, welfare care and sound guidance, and much other help. They're still based in Aylesford, dealing with veterans' many problems and delivering quality services. In doing so, they transform the lives of veterans with minor or major tragedy into one of fulfilment and quality. All that work is quality work, and very much work for an important one of our communities. Their residents are our residents. Further, Tunbridge and Malling Borough Council and the Royal British Legion Industries have worked together on the sensitive work to make our veterans and our wider population's lives better, and have succeeded in all this over many years. It is time that eminent work is fully recognised for us, and I'm proud to propose the motion as tabled. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Davis. Can I have a seconder for that? Leader of the Council?
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm pleased to second this motion. For over 100 years, Royal British Legion Industries have been supporting veterans as they transition back into the community following their service. Throughout this time, they have been intrinsically linked with the community in Aylesford, starting from their purchase of Preston Hall, as Councillor Davis described, in 1920. Civic pride is something all veterans have in spades, and the commitment to service is one they live their lives by. Whether it's our veterans serving our country or our work here serving our community, those shared values have underpinned an extremely strong relationship between Royal British Legion Industries and Tunbridge and Moorland Borough Council. The use of the royal prefix is not one many charities or organisations can claim to have, but it has been well deserved since it was bestowed in 1971. And through its years of work, from the opening of the science department in the 1960s to the start of the LifeWorks project and launch of Britain's bravest manufacturing company in the last decade, RBLI have been creating jobs and high-skilled employment to a wonderful core of people within our borough. Over the years, the work between this council and RBLI has become embedded even further. We have used this strong relationship to help around placemaking, most recently with the Centenary Project, while strengthening the relationship to support veterans who can approach this council in need of housing support first. There is nowhere better we can recommend they go than RBLI. It is fitting that we recognise the unique contribution of RBLI in a year in which we're sharing an ambassador. Though he cannot be in the room at the moment, I know that His Worship the Mayor embodies what is best about both RBLI and Tunbridge and Moorland Borough Council. And it is right that we recognise this work while Councillor Steve Hammond is Mayor of this borough. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any other members like to speak on the motion? No? Okay, so can we do this as a... Yes, Councillor Taylor, go ahead.
Very brief, Your Worship. I just wanted to say I really do support what RBLI do. I am a veteran myself, and I'm proud of the relationship between Tunbridge and Moorland Council and the RBLI. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. If there are no other members wanting to speak, can we do this by general affirmation? We agree the recommendation? Agreed. Okay, thank you very much. So the motion has been agreed. That's my fastest meeting ever. That's at 7:23. So I'm now going to close the meeting, and I think we're going to start again at. Thank you very much.
Please be upstanding for His Worship the Mayor.
Introduction. To announce that a 1 minute silence will be observed in memory of Councillor Wayne Mallard and former Councillor and Honorary Alderman Matthew Balfour, who has recently died. We stand. Item 2, apologies. Alison.
We received apologies from Councillors Banks and Barton.
Declaration of interest. Councillor Cokey.
Thank you. As always, regard agenda item 18, I should say for transparency that one of the assets mentioned in the report is managed by my employers. And in regards to the motions at agenda items 20 and 21, I should say again for transparency that I'm a member of the Town Council campaign.
Thank you. The minutes. Item 4. To confirm as a correct record the minutes of the ordinary meeting of the Council held on the 22nd of October 2024. Do I have your agreement? Thank you. Item 5, Mayor's announcements. We've got all night, so here we go. The chairman of KCC, Kent Civic launch of the Poppy Appeal. Remembrance Festival at Rochester Cathedral was absolutely outstanding. Domestic abuse volunteer support service. I was the only man in there and it was daggers for me. But I survived. Opening of Aylesford Christmas Market with my wife, Councillor Andrew Kennedy. He put it over. He was introduced as my wife, so that was hilarious. Where are we going now? Snodland Town Council Lantern Parade, turning on the Christmas lights. Absolutely fantastic. Sue Bellwood, she was there as normal, took the whole procedure. Tried to get me in a sleigh, 6'4", into a sleigh. pulled by a Land Rover was unbelievable. Barchester Winchester Care Homes Christmas lights switch on. One old dear says, "They've been on all day and week. What are you here for?" Westmoreland Community Choir Christmas concert at Moe Park RC Primary School in Westmoreland. Absolutely fantastic. The charity Christmas tour held here was absolutely wonderful. Aylesford School Dementia Cafe, another fantastic thing that the school does at Teapot Lane, bringing everybody in the community together. I think it's wonderful. Leybourne Grange Riding Centre for the disabled. Didn't have a chance to get on a horse, but it was well. A load of people there. It was fantastic. And the visit to the Ukrainian Children's Rehabilitation Camp, another one. I went to Aldi and asked them for donations, and they gave us 4 boxes of food, Christmas cakes, and all the Christmases. It was really good. Absolutely fantastic. And Hildenborough Ladies Probus lunch, I couldn't attend to that, but the deputy mayor went in my place because I had a chest infection. The deputy mayor has attended several events, of which I thank him. Future civic events, a cheque presentation to the mayor's charity, date to be confirmed. And it's got the annual council, the 13th of May 2025, which is my last one. Hooray! Right. I also want to thank Tonbridge and Morlin Borough Council supporting RBLI. I've been there 28 years and I've known Tonbridge and Morlin to be by our side. I'm a walking testament for that. When I left the army, I had a job like everybody else. I got made redundant. I had a house. I woke up one morning and tried to commit suicide. RBLI picked me up and brought me to where I am today. And if it wasn't for RBLI and Tonbridge and Morlin, I wouldn't be here today. So I thank everybody in the chair that supported that motion. It was unbelievable. We've also got 5 Gurkhas, 6 Gurkhas actually. They had 1-day tour of Afghanistan left, thinking about their families. And one of them stood on an IED. They lost legs, arms, and eyes. It was unbelievable. But RBLI picked them up and put them in the workplace. And now they've got they give them an MVQ level 2 sign making. And it's absolutely wonderful what they do. So I thank you for the support on that. And that goes from my heart. You know, it's a great organisation, and very proud to be involved with Tonbridge and Morlin and RBLI. Thank you. Item 6, questions from the public. The Chief Exec will confirm the 4 questions have been received and they've been set out in the agenda on page 25 to 32. Over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. First question from Sharon Page, and I'll read out the question. The topic is cost of appeal. At the last Area 2 Planning Committee, Chief Planning Officer James Bailey's reasoning for not accepting the 8-2 majority vote against the application was on the grounds of the cost implications to the council, should the developer appeal any of the grounds of refusal. It is my understanding that the costs must not be a factor in planning decisions. In addition, Mike Taylor, council member, stated the significantly substantial cost running into hundreds of thousands of pounds. The Housing and Planning Scrutiny Select Committee doc of March 2024 highlights the planning appeal cost to be significantly less than stated. Therefore, the question is, why is this being used as an excuse for a refusal? And I understand that Councillor Taylor is responding.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Case law confirms that while cost, risks and reputational harm are not material planning considerations, officers giving councillors advice on potential cost and reputational implications of refusing planning permission is acceptable. Part 4, paragraph 1525 of the Constitution states that a committee decision will stand adjourned until the next meeting where the officer present feels there is a risk of significant cost against the council from any potential planning appeal. However, I did not say we should refuse on the grounds of cost. What I said was that if we refuse without the support of statutory consultees and sound planning reasons, we could be taken to appeal, deemed unreasonable, and have costs awarded against us. That can run into hundreds of thousands. I actually proposed another deferral. Thank you.
Your Worship, if I can now read the second question.
Sorry, Jamie.
So this is a question from Mark Page, and the topic is sustainability and safety. And the question goes as follows. The TNBC's 2020 to 2030 climate change strategy states that it has a key role in ensuring that new developments are as sustainable as possible, specifically referencing reducing travel needs, maximising opportunities for sustainable travel, and including walking and cycling routes. In Kent County Council's 2021 to 2026 Vision 0, road safety strategy states a target to increase levels of safety for walking and cycling, and to make walking and cycling an attractive and realistic choice for short journeys and improved safety for all road users. East Malling currently has no cycle paths, no local amenities, no regular bus services, inaccessible train platforms for disabled, infirm, those with small children, and dangerous and often impassable, very narrow footpaths. As such, any new local housing residents, be they affordable houses or not, like existing residents, would be most entirely car dependent. Therefore, how can the Ivy Farm development, which is estimated to house circa 210 residents, be considered to be even remotely logical or compliant and not exacerbate the existing housing issue? And again, I understand that Councillor Taylor is responding to the question.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I should start by stating that the planning application referred to in the question is still under consideration by this council and is due before the Area 2 Planning Committee tomorrow. I therefore answered this question in my capacity as Cabinet Member for Planning and deliberately offer no views about whether the application should be approved or rejected, on the basis I'm required to approach that meeting with an open mind. Individual applications are subject to a detailed assessment of sustainability under paragraphs 8, 9 and 11D of the National Planning Policy Framework. This assessment will cover the location of a proposed development in relation to existing settlements to ensure that a proposal would not be isolated, but also have to consider facilities available and the benefits a development might bring. As East Malling benefits from both primary and secondary schools, a railway station and community facilities, planning officers recommended to Area 2 Planning Committee that East Malling would be considered to have facilities that will count towards the sustainability considerations of the area. Borough councillors may disagree. Whilst there may not be a cycle network in the East Malling area, an application would have to consider the overall impacts, both positive and negative, and make a judgment on that basis. This takes into account all of the matters previously referred to, as well as important other factors, including housing need, and especially the huge uplift in housing numbers the government are requiring from Tonbridge and Malling Borough Council to find sites for. Thank you.
Thank you. Damien, question 3.
Thank you, Your Worship. This question is from Francis Saunders. Local authorities have a statutory duty under the 1990 Planning Conservation Area Act to publish proposals for the enhancement and preservation of their conservation areas. In total, TNBC has 61 designated conservation areas within the borough's boundaries, all of which are greatly valued by the public as special, much loved and irreplaceable places. Please could this council explain why there are not complying, I think it's meant to read, with UK legislation, with conservation area appraisals being woefully out of date, 25 years in many cases, no management proposals ever published as required by UK law, and many of these important heritage assets under extreme pressure from inappropriate developments and unsustainable traffic levels. Again, I understand that Councillor Taylor is responding to this.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Your Worship. As the Housing and Planning Scrutiny Select Committee considered last week, the local plan timetable is ambitious and costly. We have significant pressure on our planning team, as has been the case for many years. Updating and preparing conservation area appraisals is a significant risk. Like Ms Saunders, I would like to have done more. However, we have just secured some grant funding from government, and we'll start with the 3 conservation area appraisals, which will include a 6-week public consultation. A new heritage strategy will be prepared as part of our local plan work too. Ms Saunders is right. We need to protect our important heritage assets from inappropriate development. We will do as many as we can. And just to add to that, if I may, Your Worship, I am happy to take that on as a task to push this forward. Conservation areas are so important. Thank you.
Question 4, Damien.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this final question is from Tasha Allen, and it goes as follows. Please, can you kindly confirm the following? Members are using a need for Section 106 funds and affordable housing as reasons for approving planning applications. However, we are seeing developers, once granted planning permission, submitting applications to vary the terms of their 106 agreements and being approved by the planning department. See Esquire Bluebells on Hermitage Lane site. Affordable housing reduced by 25% after permission granted. Can you confirm how many affordable housing units have been lost in the TNBC area over the past 3 years by what appears to be a legal loophole developers are making use of, and explain how these are overriding material planning considerations when they are not even guaranteed to stay the same? And I understand again that Councillor Taylor is going to respond to this question.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Your Worship. The National Planning Practice Guidance, NPPG, confirms that viability assessment is a process of assessing whether a site is financially viable by looking at whether the value generated by a development is more than the cost of developing it. Viability assessments follow the guidance set out in the NPPG and are prepared with professional integrity by a suitably qualified practitioner. The Council uses independent experts to assess all viability appraisals submitted by applicants to ensure there is a rigorous assessment of the information. If a lower amount of developer contributions is accepted by the Council, this would be on the basis of evidence supplied by the applicant and verified by the Council through its appointed consultants. This is a recognised process for assessing the scheme's viability, both through the planning process and post-decision. Market conditions at the time play a fundamental factor in this process. According to the Council's records, with the number of deeds of variation application remaining undetermined and therefore not part of my response, there have been no affordable housing units lost due to viability considerations post-decision in the last 3 years. There have, however, been a number of cases where the affordable housing mix, that is the types of affordable housing and the numbers of each type, has been renegotiated, which has improved the overall viability of the scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. If any of the members of the public wish to leave now, It is the opportunity to do so. However, you are more than welcome to remain and observe the proceedings.
Can I raise a point of order, please, Mr. Mayor?
And Councillor Thornywell.
Thank you. Questions being asked by the public have been very rare at Tunbridge and Walling, and I can't recall an occasion when so many have been asked. And I've been looking at the council and committee procedural rules. Can I ask if these answers will be published as part of the minutes, please?
Yes, they will. Thank you. Councillor Oakley.
Can I, at this point, please make a motion without notice? I'm aware that there are a fair number of members of the public that are quite interested in the motions that we have at the end of our agenda today, who are watching online. And while I'm sure they would be fascinated to sit through our budget process and the many excellent reports we have from the audit committee, they would probably prefer that they'd be able to watch and then log off tonight. So can I propose that we move agenda items 20 through 23 to after agenda item 8?
I'm going to refuse that because at the moment, the most important agenda is getting the budget through, and we've got to do that by tonight, by law. So if you can carry on with what you've the motion till the end, be much appreciated. I hope.
Sorry, I was just going to second Councillor Clokey's motion. So sorry.
To cancel it, I'm going to refuse it because of the budget. That's got to be put through today.
But I don't think it was, sorry, just to clarify, I don't think it's instead of, it's just changing the order. So we would absolutely commit to doing all of them. It's just, as Councillor Thornywell said, there's amazing engagement. Councillor Clokey is pointing out that actually this is something that lots of people are particularly interested in. I think it's just changing the order. It's not saying we won't do it. Thank you.
Councillor Bolton.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. The agenda was published last Monday, and I think it would have been helpful to have known about this at some point between last Monday and a couple of minutes before the meeting, since the agenda was published in the order that it was. We also have, I don't know how many viewers on YouTube this evening, but we don't know, obviously, what items they're tuning in for. So instinctively, I'm reluctant to support any change to the order of the agenda. Moreover, as you said, Your Worship, and I'd appreciate some guidance from the officers about whether this is a matter for the chair or whether this would go to a vote. Full council has to make decisions tonight in relation to the budget, which we have to by law, and I'd appreciate the Section 151 officer's confirmation, though she's not in her head, that we have to by law set the budget tonight. So therefore, I would argue that should be early in the agenda, as it is at item 9. We also, and I recognise, yes, we don't often have this many public questions and we don't often have this many motions, but we also have important items such as item 10, setting the council tax 2025-2026. And while it's a subjective matter as to whether people are interested in the motions or not, I can guarantee 100% that every single householder in the borough will be interested in the setting the council tax 2025-2026 because they will be receiving a bill and a demand for us to pay it. So consequently, I completely understand the sentiment of it. I would suggest if the mover is of this amendment is minded to come to a better position, that rather than bringing the motions forward as far as we do it, we perhaps do it after matters for decision, which would be after item 14 on the agenda. And the reason for that is then we get the decisions that this council has to make tonight done first. Thank you.
I was going to say, while I'm not entirely sure why there is a concern that we're not going to pass the budget unless we think the building is about to catch fire or something, I will agree to amend the proposal to after item 14 if that is more palatable to the rest of the council.
Got a second there? Councillor.
Thanks.
Councillor Hoskins.
To say a little bit that I know that there were two people who arrived tonight to hear the motion, and when they heard its placing on the agenda, actually went all the way back to Tunbridge after a wasted trip because motions were suddenly put at the end of the agenda and not the beginning. And I think that's a real shame and a dereliction of our duty to members of the public. Thank you.
The agenda was published last week, and it's not right, to be honest, not to put it straight through. Councillor Thornywell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It seems to me we've got a compromise which I will support, but just as a matter of relevance, motions without notice, section 530, the following motions may be moved without notice. Number C, to change the order of business on the agenda. So I think it's in the hands of the council.
I'm going to stand by my word that the budget is got to go through first by law. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Do all members agree? Thank you. Second. It's on. Okay. Item 7, questions from members. In accordance with CPR 5.5 of the Constitution, a question has been submitted by Councillor Hood in respect of joint authority working on an active travel. This is attached on page 33 of the agenda. A written response has been provided by the Cabinet Member for Waste and Transformation, Councillor Coffin, and this is set out in Supplement 1, which is available on the members' iPads and circulated this morning. However, for the benefit for those observing on YouTube, I will invite Councillor Hood to ask the question and then ask Councillor Coffin to respond. Councillor Hood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Will the council work with colleagues at Kent County Council to establish a cross-council member officer active travel working group? Responsibility for active travel falls to both of our councils, and in preparation for local government reorganisation, it is important that plans for improving infrastructure for walking, wheeling and cycling are prepared in unison, so that the Tunbridge and Malling local cycling and walking infrastructure plan complements the Kent local cycling and walking infrastructure plan, and that we bring forward the most coherent plans to take full advantage of external funding. This process is best achieved working together, and it is essential that members are able to contribute and represent the views of residents so that we have an end result which will work best for our communities. Thank you.
Councillor Coffin.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Hood, for asking the question. The answer is coherent plans for active travel are absolutely essential, and that's why officers from both the county and borough continue to work closely together to ensure that the proposals meet public policy requirements and are deliverable. They must also take account of the strategic planning framework and ensure that our cycling and walking infrastructure is delivered both for existing communities, despite the challenges that entails, and enables sustainable growth in identified areas.
Councillor Hood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, unfortunately, the current process actually excludes members from this completely. So what we end up with, as we've seen historically, is schemes that come forward which aren't supported by the community. They're not supported by some members, We don't actually get the best value for the taxpayer. Thank you very much.
I'm assuming that that was a question, Your Worship. Just to reassure Councillor Hood that actually shortly I'll be inviting all members to attend an active travel workshop to agree a short and long-term priorities and look forward to discussing the important agenda at that meeting, which will be jointly hosted by KCC and TMBC officers. Thank you.
Item 8, the leader's announcements.
Your Worship, to allow tributes to Wayne Mallard and Matthew Balfour from any member, please can I propose that Council Procedure Rule 5.25 be suspended until all members who wish to pay tribute to our former colleagues have had the opportunity to do so.
Seconder. Thank you. Councillor Coffin.
Agreed.
Thank you, Your Worship. We were all saddened to hear a couple of weeks ago that that Councillor Wayne Mallard had died. Wayne was elected to this council at the last borough council elections in May 2023, although he had served on Snodland Town Council for a few years beforehand and had years of activity in the Labour Party behind him too. It is sad that ill health meant that we didn't see much of Wayne during his tenure on the council, although I know it meant a lot to him to be elected, and he cared passionately about Snodland and all the communities on the riverbank in the north of the borough. Wayne was a local man whose family still live in the area, and it must be an awful time for them, and I'm sure they'll be proud of the way he took on his cancer battle and kept doing everything for the town. On a personal note, I always found Wayne to be polite, well-mannered, and willing to work with anyone to secure the best for Snodland. I'm just sorry I couldn't get to know him more and to help him continue his work for the town. And I'm sure Paul and Sue Bell and Angus will touch on some of Wayne's work in the community. Just a few days before Christmas, we were also very shocked to learn of the sudden passing of Honorary Alderman Matthew Balfour. Indeed, just a few days beforehand, I'd been in contact with Matthew about an issue he needed some help with in his role as chair of the Kent Nature Partnership. Matthew served for 20 years on this council between 1999 and 2019, was also a Kent County councillor. He held numerous cabinet positions, including difficult roles in planning and transport. But if I were simply to list Matthew's achievements, that would take far too much time. He'd have also found it very boring. So I want to remember the Matthew we all knew, someone who was truly unique. He was blunt, he was direct, and he had a completely inappropriate sense of humour. Nobody, though, could deny his work ethic or commitment to our borough, particularly in the Downs villages he represented. Matthew is very much part of the Tunbridge and Moorland story, and his family are etched into our local history, as he will be. I was very sad I was away for his funeral last month, but I know that All Saints Church in Burling was packed full of people who were warmed by Matthew's life, including yourself, Your Worship. And I'm told the pub was packed afterwards, which Matthew would have been very proud of. Thank you, Your Worship.
Well,
thank you. Just on behalf of the Green Group, obviously, similarly, very saddened and shocked to hear of the passing of Councillor Wayne Mallard. We all spoke about him, and I just wanted to read out some of the things that people said about him. It was obvious how proud he was to have been elected, and it was really great to see that. He was a friendly, motivated and passionate man, somebody who was a lovely presence in the chamber. He was friendly, genuine, sincere, just a lovely man with a warm and generous nature. I know personally I feel very sad not to have been able to get to know him better and not to be able to work with him. But we all really appreciated him for the short time that we knew him, and are really, really sad for him and his family and for all of his colleagues. Honorary Alderman Matthew Balfour isn't somebody that I knew, but I understand he was well respected and liked by his colleagues, both here and at KCC. And I suppose with both of these passings, it's just a reminder to all of us about what's really important in life, and that actually, whatever we think, everything changes. Thank you.
Honeywell.
Thank you. Just to briefly say, it was very sad to hear that Wayne Mallard had died. He clearly battled cancer for the period that he was on this council. And the occasions I met him, I always thought he was it's an overdone phrase, a very nice man, and I think it's very, very sad. Matthew Balfour, I recall, a long-standing member of this council and of the county council. He definitely had a sense of humour. I remember an occasion here when there was someone from audit, not an officer, an auditor, and we had to fill in a form saying what our address was. And he filled in Burling. And when the auditor queried this, he said, well, everyone knows me in Burling, and the family I'm associated with owns most of it, which I thought was really funny. And of course, has been mentioned, he came from a family that has long associations with British and English history. And I particularly recall asking him about a castle called Balfour Castle in Scotland on a voyage I was on my way to Orkney and Shetland. He said, yes, that his family forebears would have owned that castle. And I thought that was very interesting. Thank you.
Councillor Hitmott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, starting with Matthew, I knew Matthew quite well because he came from Burling, which is next to Snodland. So we obviously, although we weren't in the same place, we were very closely connected. Spent a lot of years working with him and Mark Worrell. They were in cahoots together, and you know, quite a team they were. Characters, you say, but people you could do business with. You didn't have to jump up and down in the same, but you could go and have a chat with them somewhere else, and the job will get done. So I've got a lot of respect for Matthew. You know, I thank him for his service to the council. Wayne, I think Wayne must have walked from here to the moon to get elected to this council. Me and him were always out somewhere doing something, walking around, leafleting. And whatever I said to him, we're going, can you come? Yes, I'll come. And when he finally got elected, he couldn't have been anybody who was more pleased than him. And I have to say, I really do think that him being a member of this council kept him going for as long as it did. So he was really pleased and really proud to be a member of this council, which says a lot for this council, doesn't it? Thank you.
Coffin.
Thank you. Matthew was actually a very good friend to me. And to those that knew him, of course, he was very much a Marmite character. Although after a while, his caring and interesting side always shone through. He had his ward and his division, along with all the residents, at his heart. It's rather telling that the number of people that attended his funeral rather proves that point. He touched so many in so many different ways. Everyone has a story about Matthew, about how he'd secured something in the ward or he'd assisted in some way. For me, he and the late Mark Worrell were generous in their time and interest in passing their knowledge about the running of this authority, for which I do thank them enormously. Matthew, or Matty, as some called him outside the council, was always ready with a story and would wax lyrical over a glass of red wine or two until well after closing time, as we all know. It's also true, or maybe a myth, that he won the unofficial award from the local papers as the most politically incorrect councillor in Kent. It's fair to say he said what he thought without a great deal of filter. Sadly, though, when circumstance came about, he was not able to represent his residents at either KCC or TMBC. It became very obvious that he was missing a big part in his life. For me, it was a big shock to learn of his passing. We knew from other friends that his health was not the best. I don't think many of us realised just how bad it had become. I and many others will miss him for who he was, his wit, his cynicism, political incorrectness, his impatience at times, but mostly his dedication of service to others. Our thoughts are with his family and that of Wayne Mallard.
Councillor Coffin. Councillor Dean.
Thank you, Chairman. I was always very pleased to meet Matthew walking in the orchard in front of his house, because I was very pleased that he moved in his later years into Westmoreland to be one of my voters. Or not. Many people have said things that I would have wanted to support. In particular, I note the Marmite character. I think that describes him very well. He had a wit that could be like a whetted knife if he wanted it to be. However, I really wanted to read out some words that had come from the head teacher of Leybourne Special School, where he was a co-chair of governors. She was very keen that his passing should not be marked in this chamber without some good words coming from the school. And she says as follows: Matthew has been incredibly committed to our school and the children. He understood the needs of our pupils and was an advocate for them. He had the fight and he wanted the very best for the pupils, families and staff at Grange Park. I will miss Matthew's contribution, knowledge, guidance and humour, and I'm sure our governors' meetings will not be the same without him. He was not afraid to challenge and be assertive to ensure the best outcomes. He will be missed, but I will never forget his passion, drive and determination to fight for our school. Thank you, Chairman.
Taylor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I regret, and Wendy does as well, that we never had the chance to get to know Wayne well. And we offer our sympathies to his colleagues, his party and his family. Matthew Balfour. In my early days on this council, Area 2 planning committees were rather hostile, largely my fault. And one night I was having a rant about something, making a proposal about something. And Matthew said, I agree with Mike. There was a stunned silence, a guffaw of laughter, and things started to get friendlier from that day forward. So thank you, Matthew.
Mr. Oakley, did you want to say anything? No, okay, thank you. To the bell.
Well, me and Wayne, different colour groups, but we were both in Southern East and Ham Hill Ward. We had a great love of cats between us, so we had something very much in common. What I would like to say about Wayne was he was all really friendly, and we used a lot of banter between us all the time, and he was determined to get voted in as a Tunbridge and Morning councillor. So that was really thrilling for him. He was a kind soul. He always had a smile, even at the end, and he went through an awful lot with the cancer. What I'd say is, rest in peace, Wayne, and keep smiling down on Snodland.
Is there anybody else? No. The leader, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and I'll go to my leader's announcements as normal, turning to current issues, where there's really only one place to start: devolution and local government reorganisation. They say a week is a long time in politics. Well, the weeks since my last leader's announcement in October feel like centuries. In December, the devolution white paper was published. Even if you haven't read through the full document, I'm sure you've understood the gist by now. It indicated the start of the end for borough councils like ours. The timing remains unclear, as the government chose not to include Kent and Medway as part of its priority programme. I know many were disappointed and unhappy about this decision. After all, it had cross-party support across Kent and Medway, and each of our eligible neighbours is a part of the priority programme. But before I get to the heart of what the devolution white paper means for us, I want to reflect on the process as a whole. The government are continuing to say its priority programme and its devolution agenda is bottom up. This could not be further from the truth. The white paper forces us into considering how local government will be reorganised in the future. It does not give us the choice. Therefore, we've had to build up strong relationships with our neighbouring authorities as we plan what comes next. Fortunately, we've always worked very well with our neighbours, and that's put us in a very good position to start with. But we're having to put a lot of time and effort into these relationships in the weeks since the white paper was published, no doubt in the months to come. There's a motion on this agenda later which reflects on the process, and I'll speak more about the specifics of my concerns there. But we still have a number of outstanding questions, especially since we're not part of the devolution priority programme. The first question is why? The reason given by the Ministry for Housing, Communities and Local Governments is because of a disparity in population between Kent and Medway. This is an issue I had flagged across the county with the early creation of a mayoral strategic authority. But excluding Kent and Medway for this reason doesn't explain why Essex, which is of similar size to Kent, is in the priority programme with Thurrock, which is a similar size to Medway. There's unresolved questions around that. The second question is what our proposal for local government reorganisation will look like. After being informed we weren't part of the priority programme, or Kent and Medway wasn't, the government wrote to this council and all other councils, district and borough councils and the county council and Medway Unitary Authority to ask us to provide indicative proposals by the 21st of March, just over a month away. The government have asked for one proposal from all of those councils across Kent and Medway, although they recognise there will likely be more than one option available. At this stage, I couldn't tell you what that proposal will look like. Indeed, there are varying views, as you can imagine. The next question that we have is around the transition period. One issue that I'm particularly concerned about during this transition period is debt. Shortly, we shall consider our budgets for the forthcoming year. Once again, we are proposing a balanced budget and we do not have to go into debt. We are one of now a very small number of councils who are debt-free, and something I think we should all be very proud of. Yet the government, who have been silent for weeks despite having plenty of questions asked of them about how debt will be managed, are now saying that debt ought to be managed locally. There is over £1.5 billion worth of debt in the other 13 local councils in Kent at the moment. So as part of the devolution programme, why should Tunbridge and Moorland taxpayers be punished for our prudent financial management if we have to incorporate this debt? It is a really important question that we need to find the answer to. The good news is it might be coming soon. We need to watch our neighbours in Surrey with a lot of interest. They are going through the devolution journey quicker than us and are carrying lots more debt, especially in the borough councils. And this might give us an indication as to what happens in Kent. And the final question I have is one word. Uncertainty, question mark. Since the devolution white paper was published a couple of months ago, local government has been plunged into permanent uncertainty. Now that's no good for anyone who thinks that local government can be a catalyst for economic growth, environmental sustainability, and enhancing our sense of place. On the basis that we're all sat here tonight because we believe that local councils can do good, this is a direct attack on us by the government. Our next elections, Tunbridge and Moorland Borough Council, are due in 2027. But right now, can I be sure they're going ahead? No, I can't. If they do go ahead, given the government's wish to do all of this by the end of the Parliament, which will be 2029 at the latest, it's probably unlikely that we would serve a full term. If we don't have any more elections, do we have elections to a new unitary authority instead? If so, where would that unitary authority cover? How many councillors would be elected? Where are the ward boundaries? All of these are really important questions. But I don't know the answer to any of them, and I would hazard a guess that no one in this room knows the answer to any of them either. Now, being a councillor, as we all know, is an uncertain role. We are at the whim of the electorate who determine who we are and what we do. Amongst this uncertainty, and trying to explain this to everyone in our wards, I want to thank each and every councillor in this room for the professional approach that we've all taken to our civic duties within this uncertainty over the past couple of months. To use that word again, for us as councillors, it is an uncertain time because of those questions I just posed. But it's also an uncertain time for every single council officer too, member of staff at this council and all other councils across Kent. And unlike us as councillors, officers are paid employees. Many of them have worked in local government for either their whole career or a significant proportion of their career. I know from most officers that most of them chose to work for the local council because of the ability to influence the area that many of them choose home and the security that that provides. And understandably, there's going to be some anxiousness among staff at what their jobs will look like in a new structure, because the authority that they're working for, the government is saying it doesn't want to exist in the future. Now, during these past couple of months, not one officer at this council has let this affect the way they deliver their work. And it's been inspiring how professional our staff have been in continuing to focus on what we can do for residents despite this challenge. And I've said this to the Chief Executive privately, and I would include him in these comments and all of the staff at the organisation, but I want to place on record in public how grateful I am for the way in which all of our officers have taken this news. Of course, this professional approach has enabled the council to continue to do what we do best, deliver a better community for all of the towns and parishes across Tunbridge and Morlin. We do that by working together, whether that be us working with other councils, other public sector partners, business, charities, community groups, the private sector. The role of Tunbridge and Morlin Borough Council in bringing people together that make the best of our place is how we deliver for residents. We saw this just a couple of weeks ago in Tunbridge when there was a water outage and there was significant criticism that South East Water didn't step up. But this Borough Council did, and this Borough Council said to South East Water throughout, these are the steps that you want to take from an emergency planning perspective. And that's us going above and beyond. And over recent months, there's a number of regeneration projects that I want to touch on where we've either supported or provided advice to many about how they can bring forward proposals that might improve that sense of place. And indeed, many are going through the planning process now. In the northwest of the borough, Area 2 members had a very cold and wet visit to the London Club at the end of last month to look at the site of their regeneration plans, which would see huge improvements in the hospitality offer, allowing the course to host more championship golf and hopefully one day the Ryder Cup. The planning merits of these proposals will come to Area 2 over the coming months. In the northeast of the borough, Area 3 members will shortly be considering the paddock development at Buckmore Park at the top of Bluebell Hill. This includes a restaurant, a sports bar, a rooftop terrace, a state-of-the-art simulator room at a circuit that is of national importance that we're lucky to have in Tunbridge and Morlin. Area 2 and 3 members are going to have a busy few months because they've got the planning merits to consider of the relocation of Larkfield and New High Football Club, which with 2 linked planning applications that could see the club move from New Hive Lane to Oast Park and bring in some golf facilities back for development. And the first planning application is now in to our planning department for the London City Lionesses development to replace K Sports at Cobdown in Ditton. A few weeks ago, or a few months ago actually now, I had the opportunity to meet with Michelle Kang and the London City Lionesses team. They are hugely ambitious for women's football and have some grand plans for Cobdown. It will be very different to the Cobdown that I knew growing up and have refereed football matches at many times, and I made clear to them about the level of community engagement that they should expect as part of the planning process, but ought to do for the community in and around Ditton anyway. And I hope they will take on board this advice as Area 3 considers the planning merits of that proposal too. And also in Aylesford South and Ditton, your own ward, Your Worship, we've got the future of RBLI to think about. And we said lots of good about their work, and you know better than everyone about this at our earlier meeting, but they too must plan for the future, and a few weeks ago launched their new factory plans. This would provide a modern working space for all veterans and all your colleagues, Your Worship, and we look forward to supporting RBLI on this journey too. And our work in improving and enhancing community assets extends across the borough, and in Tunbridge we're leading ourselves on the regeneration of Tunbridge Town Centre. I wanted to thank those members of the programme board. I think we've got Gary Bridge, Robin Betts, Des Kears, Adam Mehmet, Lee Athwell, Mark Hood, who are overseeing this for us. And on Sunday, the survey closed, asking for views on the master plan for the east of the High Street. I'm delighted we received over 2,000 responses and look forward to seeing how this develops over the coming weeks. Many of these regeneration projects will see the delivery of new homes too, but we must also consider the importance of bringing empty homes back into use. We are making great progress in achieving this, and across Kent, we saw the greatest reduction of any council in the number of empty homes over the last few months. We now need to build on this success in implementing the right structure to enable us to pursue owners of even more empty properties to bring as many as we can back into use as quickly as possible to help ease our housing and population crisis. The reason empty homes matter is because having a community that people feel proud to be a part of is what creates those safe towns and safe villages that we all want to live in and we all want our wards to look like. And this is yet another area in which we're leading on in the county. Reports of antisocial behaviour were down 33% last year. This is the biggest drop of any authority in Kent. And while there's still more to do, and just this weekend I was dealing with issues of boy racers and nuisance driving, which I know plague communities in Larkfield and East Peckham, my own community too, having a tangible measure of success is a credit to everyone who goes out of their way to look after our place. But it's also credit to last year's antisocial behaviour enforcement team, who worked across every community to help clamp out crime and antisocial behaviour. And this shows that worked. This year, we've asked parish councils for a contribution, and I'm grateful to those who have agreed. It will enable us to bring a bigger team than what we had last year. And I'd encourage all borough councillors to check in with their parish councils to see whether they'd consider chipping in for a team which we know helps solve problems. And that's not just me speaking, and it's not just by looking at antisocial behaviour reports. Because I'm pleased to announce to Council today that the Antisocial Behaviour Enforcement Team has been nominated as a finalist in the IEASY Public Sector Transformation Awards for 2025. And the award ceremony is being held in next week, I think, in London. And I'd like to congratulate the Antisocial Behaviour Enforcement Team that we had last year for their work. I'd like to thank all of our community safety team and the community safety unit for how they've worked with the team, and also to Des, who very much pioneered and was the lead behind the project. And we'll let you know if we win. But it's not just our antisocial behaviour enforcement team who are being nominated for awards. Next week, the council will be attending the APSI Energy Awards in Birmingham because we are a finalist in the Accessing and Managing Finance category. Our nomination has come because of the way in which we've been so successful in accessing funding to projects to help decarbonise Larkfield Leisure Centre, and our finance, leisure and property teams and climate change officers have worked very, very closely together, and we hope to get national recognition there by winning the award too. So 2 national awards that we've been put forward for, and I think we should be really, really pleased with that. Finally, this is the last full council of our 50th year. While the government would prefer we don't have another 50 years, we still want to recognise our work in the local community. There are a couple of weeks before our 50th anniversary community grant scheme closes, and we continue to welcome lots of applications again. We commemorated this again by planting 50 trees at Quincewood Gardens in Tunbridge recently, and we also partnered with the Rotary Club of Tunbridge, who have just celebrated 100 years of their service with planting 100 shrubs on lands that this council owns in Tunbridge Town Centre. So regardless, your worship, of how long we are here for, Tunbridge and Morling Borough Council will continue to deliver in the many ways that we do to help make our towns and villages a better place. And I look forward to working with everyone to achieve this. Thank you.
I forgot to reinstate Rule 5.25, and it's now been reinstated. Thank you. Thornywell, Councillor Thornywell, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it's ending on starting on your end point, Matt. It's sad that this council seems to face abolition after 50 years doing a reasonable job, I think. I recall when the council was formed, and could they ever put together Tunbridge and Morling? Perhaps they should have a twinning committee, I remember it said. But despite those fears, I think that the council has worked well. And turning to the government's proposals, I agree, it's not devolution at all. It's another move towards centralisation, because what the government wants is these councils and the elected mayors to do what it wants and to ignore, in my opinion, local views. And that's underlined by the fact that these proposals are not subject to any public consultation whatsoever. Yet when this council was formed and the others abolished, there was a period of public consultation and there was a thought out scheme to effect the change, which is not the case here. Matt's referred to the issue of election. And I heard Angela Rayner the other night, and she hadn't got a clue when the elections would be in the second tranche. She couldn't answer the question. And I agree, we've got to liaise and consult and work with our adjoining authorities. But I'm not sure if the wheels might not fall off this particular scheme. One of the things which occurs to me is what's going to happen to the other existing unitary authorities. I mean, Whitehall and Westminster seem to have a loving for unitary authorities, and I can see the argument for having one authority that does everything or most things. And they also seem to be really sold on having mayors. But I think this new authority, if it comes into being, is going to be remote, going to have fewer councillors, and it's the destruction of local identity, which people have when they go out to vote, that they vote concerning what's happening in their communities. To be honest, people in Larkfield will not care less about what's happening in Tunbridge Wells or Sevenoaks. They do have some concerns about Maidstone because they go there often to work or shop and so forth. So, and of course, there's going to end up to be fewer councillors. In the recent local government publication, I'd bring this round. In Buckinghamshire, for example, the creation of a county unitary has reduced the number of elected representatives from 236 to 97.
Councillor Thornywell, you've got your 3 minutes.
Yep.
Okay.
So I'll say more about this when we get to the motion.
Well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just reflecting a little bit on devolution, all the way through this, I guess I have been mindful of the disruption and the uncertainty around all this and the fact that this is taking up a lot of time. However, it is just something that's happening to us, and it's something that we have to respond to. And I think that words like direct attack, I find quite tricky to stomach. This is an elected government who are rolling out a plan. The plan is supposed to hopefully help us to save money, and perhaps to get some form of more equalised view across of our country. So, you know, all of those things notwithstanding, it's something that we need to do. And I appreciate that we're working really hard with our neighbours to be part of the conversation. That's a good thing. But it was interesting, a little bit later on, we talked about being proud to be part of Tunbridge and Malling. And yes, absolutely, I very much am. But I want to be proud to be part of a whole country. And perhaps the first step is being proud to be part of Kent and Medway. And actually, while I do think that our finance team are incredible, and I'm in awe of the work they do every year, stretching, you know, funding which has been cut year on year on year to carry on providing the services that we do. I don't really want to live in an island where we're okay, but everybody else around us isn't. £1 billion of that £1.5 billion worth of debt is from the Conservative-run KCC Council. And actually, one of the things that struck me when I first joined the council here was how often I would perhaps hear that, you know, we were being hampered in our attempts to do what we really wanted to do because of KCC. And I think at KCC, they feel that they are hampered sometimes in their attempts to do what they want to do. So when I hear about regeneration projects, which are fantastic and really good news, I do wonder if perhaps devolution will help us in that respect. At least it will stop us all being able to blame everybody else when things don't go well. What I do have is a huge amount of sympathy for the officers of this council, because this is a very uncertain time for them. And the other thing that I think I've learned since I joined the council was that they are pretty brilliant and very good at what they do. And I just hope that as things move forward, that they all become the standard bearers for the excellent work that they can do, and perhaps serve a unitary council in the same way that they've served us. And perhaps we can be really proud of pushing that expertise across a wider area. So I look at that as an opportunity. Great to hear about antisocial behaviour being down. Of course, that's a wonderful thing. And obviously, it's really good that we've got a working group looking at the Tunbridge Town Centre regeneration. But I think the two things can be linked. And I think the more we can think about opportunities for the youth of the area, the better we'll see a reduction in antisocial behaviour. So I hope we'll continue on that tack. Thinking about new homes and empty homes, yes, we do need more new homes. We need the right new homes. And of course, it's better to stop there being empty homes. But I would like to make sure that we're looking at quality in those homes, and that we're not.
Well, time's up, love.
Oh, okay. Thank you, love.
No problem. Councillor Whitmore.
I think I'll be a lot briefer than what's come before me. Just both myself and Angus, we're not here to represent the government, and we weren't aware of any of these plans that were coming up. And as David Thornwell stated, I think councillors will become more remote from the people they serve, which is a sad thing, I think. This is a period of great uncertainty. Nobody really knows what's going to happen. I feel sorry for the officers, because if we get elected or not, we either do or we don't, but for them, it's their careers. I hope they either, if this authority is abolished, I hope they either get a new job or they're able to retire with proper dignity. So we went through all the rigmarole of looking at all the plans that were coming up, and then all of a sudden it's all been tossed out the window, and we don't really know where we're going. Will there be an election in 2027? And if there is, how long will we be? A year? Or can you really expect people to put their names up for that sort of thing? I don't know. Watch this space. So we will see. It's a very uncertain time. That's all I can say.
Councillor Taylor. Okay. Anybody else? Back to you, Councillor Bolton.
Thank you. I'll just pick up because I agree with Councillor Hickmott's comments, because the questions he raised, a bit like the questions that I raised. Neither he nor I have a clue what the answer to them are. I don't think any of us do, but I think it's in our interests as councillors. I think it's in our residents' interests. I think it's in the interests of local governments to have answers to that as quickly as possible. I'll just rattle through some of the other things that David Thornywell and Lee Afwell said. I'll leave the devolution bit to the end. I think Lee was going to go on and carry on talking about the quality of homes being as important as reducing. That's very important, and obviously one of the challenges that we found with regards to empty homes is generally they've been empty for quite a long time by the time we're able to help bring them back into use, which means that sometimes there are structural issues, and that in turn can make it even longer, and particularly when you've got to work with private businesses, either as a housing association or as a private individual owning a particular home. And that's very challenging and often does elongate the process. I've been very clear with the housing team that our job is to bring back homes into use as quickly as possible, and we need to take whatever steps we possibly can to do that. We're clearly doing something right because we're making better progress than all of our neighbours across Kent. So we start from a really good place. We know that there are changes that we're going to make in our housing team to give a greater focus on it. That's good. This has been discussed at previous committee meetings. So we'll do just that. And I hope that we'll continue to see this trend going in the right direction. Councillor Afwell also referenced the success we're having around antisocial behaviour, and I think opportunities for youth are really important. We had a little bit of an insight into the demographics of people who were responding to the Tunbridge survey at the workshop that some of us attended last week at the Angel Centre. And what was, although we didn't discuss it in detail then, but I think what was always quite sad is that, I don't mean this in a derogatory way to anyone, but people who are generally older are more likely to respond to this sort of stuff. And I remember addressing a meeting in Tunbridge, a public meeting actually last year about parking charges, and someone asked, what would you have done differently? And I said, I think we'd have liked to have got more views, even though we had a good response to that parking consultation. But the answer wasn't necessarily what they expected me to give, because I said, I would think we needed more views from underrepresented groups. And age is actually one of the greatest barriers to responding to local authority surveys. And that's a real concern for me in terms of how do we use modern technology in particular to interact with younger people. And I think that's a challenge that all of us have to take on board. Just going on to devolution and local government reorganisation, I like to think we've done a bit more than a reasonable job over the last 50 years, but I appreciate that Councillor Thornywell has been here. You were here at the very start, weren't you, David? So, and I wasn't, so I don't know what it was like in the early days. But I think we've done a very good job in the nearly 6 years that I've been here, and we're certainly going to leave a good legacy whenever our time is up. I do, though, absolutely agree that this is centralisation. And what worries me in particular is the mandate that the mayors will have is fine, but how much are the mayors going to be asked to implement government policy, and how much are the mayors going to be able with their mandate to influence the communities upon which they serve, wherever that is? And this goes back to Councillor Afwell's point about not living in an island. Well, we don't want to live in a Kent and Medway island either. Even though that is the agreed geography that no one really disagrees with, for our particular region, to use the government's term. I've lived, other than spell at university, in Kent all of my life, and very proud of being from Kent, and I enjoy living here. Otherwise, I'd have probably moved away. But I think what's very, very important for this authority is actually we set local government up in a sustainable way, because once these changes happen, and on day one of the new administration, the council needs to be able to deliver the level of service that we are currently delivering for residents here in Tunbridge and Morlin. And we do a very good job, because we manage our finances well, that we're able to deliver a lot of services, particularly discretionary services. Well, actually, if a council is saddled with a whole load of debt, then you get into the situation that has been described at the county council, in which they deliver statutory services, and that's pretty much about it at the moment. So I don't want to be in that position. I don't want Tunbridge and Moorland to end up being part of an authority that's in that position. And that's why I'm spending a lot of time looking at the debt question. Councillor Afwell disagreed with me about when I said this was a direct attack on local government. And I stand by those words, and let me explain why. This government does have a mandate. It did secure a majority at the general election. But what it didn't say in advance of the general election, and what was not included in its manifesto, was any mandate whatsoever for local government reorganisation. It simply said some nice words about devolution. As soon as it gets in the very first month, it puts out an expression of interest to all county and unitary councils, not to districts and boroughs, I might add, in which it says, would you like more devolution and would you like a mayor and all this sort of stuff. So everyone would, right, motherhood and apple pie. Thank you very much. We can all agree to that. Lovely jubbly. The concern that we had at the time was that it excluded districts and boroughs. So we worked very closely with our district and borough colleagues from across Kent to write to the government and say, don't forget about ours. We are perfectly capable of delivering your agenda too. So we wrote, and it was very, very important in terms of establishing that relationship. Well, that expression of interest was absolutely nothing to do with devolution whatsoever. It was to do with devolution and local government reorganisation, because lo and behold, that leads to the publication of the white paper. It's in the white paper how that lists, how that interrelates with the expression of interest, and local government reorganisation appears on the agenda. So if you're making those links, as the government is doing, then why didn't the expression of interests come to boroughs and district councils too? Why don't they think we're capable of delivering on this agenda when I would argue that our track record demonstrates that we are able to do that? And I'm sure we'll hear more at the budget item in a moment about that very point. So I think this is really, really important, and why it is a direct attack on us, because they are not going forward with what they said. This was not in the manifesto. This was not in the devolution expression of interest. Finally, unitary authorities. The problem with the existing ones like Medway Council is that the government has set this figure of 500,000. And Medway is, I think, about 280,000 in terms of population size. So it's much smaller than what the government wishes to do. And that's forced us here and across the county to look at what possible size might be appropriate for an authority going forward. And what's quite unhelpful is government briefings, which aren't included as part of any letters to us or any official communication, that they might think about changing the number. You might be able to go a bit smaller, but you might want to go a bit bigger too. And that's really unhelpful. And I'd be very clear with our colleagues across Kent that we must be part of this. We must take into account what the government are saying, and we must respond to the questions that we are being asked, whether we like those questions or not. Your Worship, I will cover a bit more of this on the motion later, because I think it's right that we do spend a little bit of time talking about it, and that's why I devoted a lot of my leaders' announcements to this topic. But I don't want any member to underestimate the challenge that we're facing as a local authority in doing this, on being able to provide the resource, both in terms of members and officers too. And the Chief Executive has spent an awful lot of time over the last couple of months on this. I'm sure he'd be too modest to say, but he has. And I know, and that's the same for all other Chief Executives across the county too. Same for a lot of senior officers. I do feel very sorry for them in all of this, and it's our duty, and I will continue to put the hours in to make sure that we work very hard to secure the best for our officers, our residents, and us as members going forward. Thank you.
Item 9, setting the budget for 2025-2026. Recommendations from the Cabinet are set out in the supplementary pack 3 at pages 3 and 4. I invite the Cabinet Member for Finance and Housing, Councillor Tanner, to present the recommendations from Cabinet. Introducing this budget, see you later. Councillor Tanner.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to propose that Council Procedure Rule 6.4 be suspended for items 9 and 10 to allow the group spokespersons only to exceed the time limit on speeches, and that other members invited to speak after the group leaders have a maximum of 5 minutes each.
Read members. Thank you. Anna.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to start with a look back over the past year, as we simply cannot underestimate our successes, of which there are many. So if you're all sitting comfortably, I'll begin. First and most importantly, we were lucky enough to welcome Damien Roberts as our new Chief Executive last summer. And it's with true gratitude that we acknowledge the refreshing change he has brought to TMBC. With his breadth of knowledge, Damien was able to hit the ground running, and we are already benefiting from his wealth of experience. Thank you for choosing to come to TMBC, Damien. The financial year for 2024-25 saw us in receipt of various unexpected additional income streams, which has allowed us to top up reserves, in particular that for capital spend, to put funding aside for a new community. I was happy with that. Okay, the financial year for 2024-25 saw us in receipt of various unexpected additional income streams, which has allowed us to top up reserves, in particular that for capital spend, to put funding aside for a new community grant scheme, and to show a small gesture of gratitude to our officers, to name but a few. So what else have we been getting up to? During 24-25, this council has delivered again as promised. It's easy to think that we just empty the bins, but we do so much more. As well as all of the usual support we offer to our residents, we have moved forward at pace with our corporate strategy in all areas. I shall refer back to this a little later on when looking at each portfolio. For the vulnerable within our communities, we have again distributed the Household Support Fund, working with partners across the borough to identify those most in need and providing such things as food and fuel vouchers. We've supported various food banks, provided funding for mental health support and pastoral care within our schools, as a few examples. Under this administration, we have again awarded funding via the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. The Green Business Grant has helped 11 small businesses in Tunbridge and Morling to decarbonise their premises with such things as solar panels, EV charging points and air source heat pumps, which in turn is helping us to meet our carbon neutral goal. Our Shopfront Improvement Grant scheme ran again, funding 20 projects across the whole borough. The first tranche of our Community Development Grant scheme of £50,000, as Matt said, in celebration of our 50th year of Tunbridge and Morling Borough Council, has been well taken up and is helping 40 of our local community groups. The Digital Inclusion Project has also been funded from the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, and we have worked alongside Digital Kent in benefiting 185 residents from every corner of our borough to join the electronic world. 250 local businesses have been supported via the West Kent Business Support Programme, which included one-to-one mentoring and micro grants for startups. This slug of cash is also contributing to the business-to-business event, West Kent Expo 25, which is planned for the 12th of March at the River Centre in Tunbridge. During the last year, we have finally released ourselves from the covenant with KCC, which has held back any progression of putting the Gibson building to better use. This has taken many man-hours of negotiation, and we owe a huge thank you to the officers for their perseverance in delivering a suitable agreement for us. It's now time to get the work started for Gibson East and to get our thinking caps on for what will be best for the future of Gibson West in delivering the cost savings to the tune of £200,000 each year that we can hopefully benefit from at long last. For the coming year, this administration has worked with our directors and senior finance officers to provide a budget proposal for 2025-26 and a 10-year plan in the form of our MTFS, medium-term financial strategy.
that should protect our long-term sustainability, as is our duty. Thank you to everyone in the accounting team for your input and calculated guesstimates, which is all we had to work with until just a couple of weeks ago. Last July, the new government promised change, leaving us with a pretty high level of uncertainty regarding our finances. However, I'm grateful to be able to advise that our final settlement figures, although less in total than last year, will still allow us to move forward with some great initiatives during the next 12 months. More than ever, in this time of uncertainty, our finance team has proven their worth and to be on the ball in providing educated estimations of what we can expect in both long and short terms. They really are the creme de la creme within public finance, and we are lucky to have their experience and commitment to keep TNBC on track financially. With new employer costs having a significant negative impact on our finances, we can sympathise with the businesses in our borough and can only hope that they manage to survive. We will also feel the pain of any business that fails by way of less business rate income, and we shall also be called upon for greater support should we see a rise in unemployment as a result. Of course, as a local authority, even with a payment from government of just over £157,000 to help with our own additional national insurance liabilities, we are still having to find an extra £100,000 from our own coffers to meet the increased cost. Having a new government in place, we could only hope, with our fingers crossed, that we would receive similar amounts of funding to allow us to continue with all the good work that we do at this council. Thankfully, we have that for the next year at least, so let's enjoy our current position while we can. I'm proud to be able to tell you that Matt Borton, as a strong leader, supported by this administration, is not only delivering services, but we are also continuing to progress our programme of goals as set out within the corporate strategy, and I must offer thanks to the dedicated and hard-working officers we are fortunate to have across every area of this council, without whom we could do none of this. I hope all staff members realise that we as councillors value their efforts and dedication, and whilst we understand the uncertainty that's been imposed on us by future government plans, we shall do whatever we can to look after them. Our key priorities for the year ahead are to reduce the cost of temporary accommodation and to continue with the regeneration of Tunbridge Town Centre, to continue making strides towards our climate change goals, to continue with our transformation strategy to bring about even more efficiencies, and of course to make progress with the local plan. Equally, we again accept our duty to protect those who are most vulnerable within our community. We continue to work alongside our partners to distribute the current tranche of the Household Support Fund, being a little more than £139,000 for the period of October 24 to March 25, and we hope to hear of future similar funding going forward. Of course, we are now including support to our elderly, where the cancellation of the winter fuel allowance has hit the hardest. The UK Shared Prosperity Fund for the coming year totals £327,000. Hopefully, if proposed by the Finance, Regeneration and Property Scrutiny Select Committee, and if approved by Cabinet, we could see a further round of the Green Business Grant and Community Development Grant schemes, along with a People and Skills Grant scheme to aid disadvantaged individuals towards employment and independent living. As a council, we give help to more than 3,500 households in the form of housing benefit, 6,500 with council tax relief, and many others with additional discretionary support. To ensure that help goes to the right places without delay, our collection rates for council tax and business rates must remain high. However, collecting from nearly 57,000 households and 3,700 local companies is proving to be more and more difficult. That said, our team are still collecting what is due to this council at the very highest levels, which in turn allows us to deliver the best possible services to our residents. Oh, we're back again. Just to carry on with our good work, Sharon and her team have advised that we are likely to face a shortfall of around £2.8 million during the term of this MTFS. Having overachieved with our savings target this last year, we now have higher numbers in temporary accommodation and a hefty hike, far more than anticipated, for the cost of the waste contract renewal, being the main causes for the increase to our revised savings target. As unpopular as the increase to car parking charges was last April, along with the removal of our Bring sites, we will find that the additional income and savings from these will be invaluable in helping to meet the price of retaining our waste services. I'm sure all of our residents will be expecting the same high level of service, and we shall do our very best to meet that expectation. We will therefore need to carry forward a savings target of £600,000 into next year, with further savings targets of £750,000 to be achieved by April 28 and again by April 29, and another £700,000 by 2030. We all realise that this will not be easy, but I'm confident that we can rise to the challenge. We always do. It will take some innovative thinking all round, and the commitment and courage to make difficult decisions must continue. Of course, the prospect of devolution or reorganisation, whenever that comes to us, could dictate how we choose to look at our finances at some point, but not yet. There is a train of thought to say that we should worry a little less, but particularly with the delay for our local government reorganisation, I suggest we continue to be prudent in the hope that we can still benefit from the sensible approach going forward. It's food for thought, but for another time. There's no denying that the aspirations of this administration for Tunbridge Town Centre won't come cheaply, but the regeneration is long overdue and will bring untold benefits to the town and to this council. Within the financial year 25-26, we look forward to again offering support to our residents and businesses alike. This year, as a top-up to grant funding to allow services to continue being delivered, council tax payments need to increase by 3% again for 2025-26, representing an extra £7.14 per annum, or less than 2 pence per day for average Band D households. This increase is in line with the government limits without the need for a referendum. Thankfully, our borough continues to be a popular home for businesses and is bringing in some very welcome business rate payments to this council. Whilst the new government decide on any changes to business rate receipts, we can continue to benefit from this until such time as they decide to take a larger chunk, which realistically will probably be sooner rather than later. As you may know, we rejoined the Kent Business Rates pool with KCC, other local authorities within the county, and the Kent Fire and Rescue Service a couple of years ago, bringing us a greater share of income derived from business rates. And I thank Sharon and the team again for having the foresight to take us back into this arrangement. This year, our share of business rate income is expected to be in the region of £3.8 million in comparison to the government's set baseline for us of just £2.5 million, leaving us with an additional figure of £1.3 million, which will be used to top up our reserves. More good news, our total grant funding for next year is in the region of £5.5 million, including the local government finance settlement, which was confirmed just 2 weeks ago, to give us a figure of just over 2.7 million. This is 2% higher than last year and means that we can maintain the status quo regarding the services we provide for at least another year. The previous funding guarantee from government is now known as the funding floor payment. Although we are 29% down on last year, it's better than we thought, and we are very pleased to receive £1,785,000 to assist with our core spending requirements. The new homes bonus is slightly up on last year at £517,000. We believe this will be the last grant for new homes bonus, with consideration already being given by government to an alternative scheme. Of course, the increase in housing development being thrust upon us should bring in more income. Who knows? Finally, we are to receive a new polluter pays grant of £983,000 to support our costs of recycling. This comes alongside the recycling performance payment from KCC of around £600,000. We also make our financial balances work hard for us through clever treasury management. TNBC continues to invest wisely and with the interest rates still holding out, we enjoy investment income in the region of £2.5 million. This income is volatile, however, and we would need more than a crystal ball to hazard a guess at where interest rates will end up during the term of our MTFS. We must therefore prepare, as always, for a potential fall in income from this source at some point. We enjoy this good rate of return to top up our purse. However, some of our balances will be required for our capital expenditure in the coming years, also reducing this level of income. When it comes to expenditure over and above our day-to-day requirements, the capital plan has to meet any one of three rules. Firstly, to meet legislative requirements, also to be funded externally, or to reduce expenditure or generate income. Our capital aspirations are currently dictated by the potential build of a new Angels Centre in Tunbridge. This is the largest project that will be undertaken by Tunbridge and Malling Borough Council in 25 years. And whilst exciting, there's no doubting the level of bravery shown by this council, led by Matt Borton, in reaching the decision to go ahead. Sharon and Paul have worked their magic again and have identified further funds which, when combined with other items in this budget, and it gives an additional total of £6.7 million of funding to be made available for this project in 25-26. This brings the current total available to £7.4 million. I am aware that it is the intention of officers to bring forward a capital plan evaluation for the replacement Angels Centre in the next few weeks, and at this point we can take a decision to introduce it into the capital. Other projects that have been fast-tracked to List A for urgent consideration are the acquisition of additional temporary accommodation, improvements to Haysden Country Park, for the tennis courts at Tunbridge Racecourse, for the drainage at Swanmead Sports Ground, improvements to the Tunbridge Cemetery vaults, CCTV at our leisure facilities and a boiler replacement at Polkwood Golf Club. And we will continue to contribute £1.1 million to our capital reserve to cover the usual costs of replacing existing assets, such as vehicles and equipment. Martin Coffin, as well as being our deputy leader, holds a portfolio for transformation and infrastructure, bringing us greater efficiencies and effectiveness. Martin and our officers have worked wonders, and as a result of improved curbside recycling collections, the council withdrew the provision of recycling bring sites with a saving of £100,000. In addition to the increase to car parking charges and extended charging times, which we anticipate will achieve additional income in the region of £500,000 for a full year. A key focus for Martin and the leisure team has been the re-tender of the ground maintenance contract, being one of the council's highest value contracts. This has now been completed, and despite concerns around the potential for a large increase in the price, the contract was eventually secured at a price that was in line with previous years. In addition, the successful contractor, encouraged by our great officers, has committed to investing in the local economy in several ways, including purchasing a permanent office space and workshard in East Peckham, refurbishing the interior spaces of council-owned maintenance depots at Tunbridge Racecourse Sports Ground and Tunbridge Farm Sports Ground, purchasing a new automated line marking machine for use on all council-owned sports pitches, working with Hadlow College to recruit a local apprentice, and the purchase and use of an electric vehicle that will be dedicated to the TMBC contract. Martin has confirmed that work is already underway to trial the use of ANPR, automatic number plate recognition, in a couple of our car parks. It will be interesting to see how this goes, as it should free up our officers to increase patrolling of areas that are known for inappropriate parking, and it may be something we will want to extend to other car. The option for contactless payment in our car parks is also under review. This is looking like an expensive initiative, however, and will require careful consideration. Martin continues to oversee the crackdown on fly tipping and littering, which we all support, and he, alongside Robert Stiles and his team, are working so very hard to prepare us for 2027 when the current waste contract comes to an end. This is a mammoth task with so many decisions to be made, being our most significant statutory service. Thank you to all involved for the time and effort you are putting into getting this right. Robin Betts is our Cabinet Member for Climate Change, Regeneration and Property and is busy delivering the challenging goals we have set for ourselves. As always, there has been a tremendous amount of work and development at the Council's leisure facilities this year in partnership with the Tunbridge and Morling Leisure Trust, strongly linked to the Council's aim of a sustainable future and caring for the environment, as well as the priorities of being innovative, cost-effective and efficient service delivery. The following large-scale projects have taken place. Robin tells me that 278 solar panels installed at Larkfield Leisure Centre have generated 121,000 watt-hours of renewable energy. The carbon reduction and energy saving schemes continue, including the completion of 192 additional solar panels on the remaining roof space, bringing the total to 470, which will reduce carbon emissions by 63 tonnes each year. They will complement those on the Eco Cafe at Leybourne Lakes Country Park and the 149 solar panels in place at Tunbridge Swimming Pool, which have generated 53,000 watt-hours of clean air, saving 11 tonnes of CO2 since their installation last March. There has been further expansion of the LED lighting at the leisure centre facilities, together with movement sensors and timers in outside areas. Work is due to start next month on the installation of an air source heat pump for Larkfield Leisure Centre, replacing the existing fossil fuel-based boilers, and replacement of a chemical cleaning system at Tunbridge Swimming Pool from chlorine to a salt-based system, offering additional resilience against supply issues. These will markedly contribute to the priority of being carbon neutral council by 2030, together with the proposals for the replacement Angel Leisure Centre in Tunbridge. Detailed work throughout the year has taken place to ensure that the future facility will be fit for purpose and carbon neutral, including confirming the Leisure Trust as the future operator of the new facility. Officers have also worked in partnership with local organisations, including Kent County Council's Plant Tree Team and Medway Valley Countryside Partnership, to utilise a combination of revenue budgets, external funding and tree whip donations to plant 2,865 young native trees across the borough in 2024. This hugely exceeds the Council's commitment of planting 1,000 trees per year through the Corporate Climate Change Action Plan. Planting has not only taken place at large sites, including Tunbridge Racecourse Sports Ground, Tunbridge Farm Sports Ground, Hayston Country Park and Bastard Mill, but also in smaller open spaces in Aylesford, East Malling, Kings Hill, Leybourne and Snodland. The team will continue to monitor the success rates of these trees in the coming years and plant replacement whips if required. We are keeping Robin and our officers very busy on the property front too. They are looking to progress the work for Gibson East as soon as possible, which, as mentioned, will in turn allow for far better use of Gibson West. Amongst other things, they are also heavily involved in securing accommodation for the purpose of temporary accommodation. Robin also chairs, alongside Des Kears, the Tunbridge Town Centre Regeneration Project Board. This is a huge initiative which is vital in helping the borough's main town to thrive, and we cannot underestimate the level of effort required by all involved in bringing this together. As said, the first commitment we have made here is to build a new Angel Centre, which promises to be at the leading edge of leisure facilities. Robin will, of course, ensure we deliver as carbon efficient a building as possible with the resource we have at our disposal. And thankfully, we now have Dean Radmore in place to project manage the whole thing. This will be such a huge asset to complement the regeneration options coming forward for the town centre, which is something residents and members can all become involved with. Thanks must also go to our officers in finance for their determination to build a war chest to cover as much of the cost involved as possible. Sharon and Paul are steadfast in placing any spare funding into the reserve for this purpose, and I thank them for that. They have been, in effect, checking down the back of the sofa by reviewing our reserves and making suggestions for releasing some reserve funds wherever possible to help keep us in the black despite the challenge of funding such a large project. Robin also chairs the Climate Change Forum with Carrie Spencer, which is now gaining great momentum. There are so many great ideas coming forward for both moving towards our climate change aspirations, but also for raising the profile of the great work being done here at TNBC. The thermal imaging camera, which identifies drafty areas within our homes to help us achieve greater efficiency levels, is hugely popular and became booked out very quickly. Just another offering from this council to the residents of Tunbridge and Malling. On the regeneration front, as I have said, we shall continue to support our valuable local businesses with our West Kent Rural Grants programme. Supporting the entrepreneurial spirit within our borough is key to sustainable growth and prosperity, with that supporting jobs for local people. The Green Business Grant sits alongside this, and in fact, both of these grants contribute towards making our businesses more efficient, sustainable, and reducing CO2 emissions, thereby making them more resilient to the ever-increasing volatile energy markets. To date, another £40,000 of grant funding has been delivered in this current round, with the new tranche open for applications. I offer thanks to the team for their hard work in promoting these grants that go so far to support Tunbridge and Malling businesses. Our Cabinet Member for Community Services, Des Kears, continues his work to ensure our borough is a great place to live, work and play. He is keen to continue supporting the police for our benefit with an increased community enforcement team. Des is very proud to find that this team is a finalist, as Matt said, in the IESE Public Sector Transformation Awards, being high recommendation indeed. To put icing on the cake, let's all hope they top the leaderboard. The trial run during the summer months of last year proved to be popular with residents and achieved success in various locations across the borough. We're hoping that parish councils do come forward with contributions to fund this so that it can continue past this coming year. Serious Violence Duty funding was received by the Community Safety Partnership, providing us with a youth engagement officer who we share with Tunbridge Wells Borough Council and who works in collaboration with KCC Early Help. I hope we can continue with this during the coming financial year. There's still so much work going on to address violence against women and girls, as it's important for us all to feel safe in our communities. To support this work, there's funding available to provide personal alarms and self-defence lessons for the females in our part of the world. £20,000 from the UK Shared Prosperity Fund was utilised last year to provide youth summer activities, and we are expecting to be able to allocate a similar amount for the coming year for this work to continue. In relation to the Council priorities of promoting well-being and helping people, especially our most vulnerable residents, to live healthy and active lifestyles through facilitating good quality leisure facilities and services across Tunbridge and Malling, Des and our officers have again overseen a multitude of development and investment. An investment of nearly £500,000, including a contribution from the Leisure Trust, has gone into providing new fitness equipment both Larkfield and Angel leisure centres, building on the previous provision with new state-of-the-art machines. This is part of the annual investment in equipment renewal and replacement by the Council, budgeted at over £1 million for the year, though regularly underspent as a result of prudent maintenance and repair in partnership with the Trust. Also, a master plan has been produced by consultants to guide the future provision and development options of Tunbridge Farm Sports Ground, following consultation with key stakeholders at the site, including Tunbridge Angels Football Club and Tunbridge Bowls Club. And the health suite at Tunbridge Swimming Pool has been refurbished, renewing the spa, sauna and steam rooms, as well as the toilet, shower area and tiling finishes at a cost of approximately £200,000, with a significant £110,000 contribution from the Leisure Trust. The performance of the Leisure Trust continues to meet the Council's priority of its services being delivered innovatively and in the most cost-effective and efficient way. For the end of Q3, the Trust were outperforming budget for both income and expenditure and had seen attendance across the sites increase by 5.8% on the previous year, with over 1 million visits having taken place already. Des and officers have recently consulted on and adopted a new plan for the Racecourse Sports Ground and are preparing to consult with residents and visitors on the new plan for Haysden Country Park, which will set out the management of the site until 2029. A key function of the team is to maintain and enhance the quality of our open spaces. In 2024, the following projects were completed using funding that is set aside within the Council's Capital Renewals Programme. £30,000 in renewal of play equipment and surfacing at Tunbridge Racecourse, Farm and Frogbridge Sports Grounds. £20,000 investment in the all-weather sports facility at Tunbridge Farm, including repairs to the surface and the installation of new five-a-side goalposts. Looking ahead to 2025, the team are looking forward to implementing capital schemes at key sites as already mentioned, including investing in the purchase and installation of an additional 64 ashes vaults at Tunbridge Cemetery at a cost of £40,000. £25,000 investment will go to Swanmead Sports Ground to bring the existing land drainage system back into use. £50,000 of path improvements at Haysden Country Park, £60,000 of tennis court improvements at Tunbridge Racecourse Sports Ground, which will include resurfacing, the installation of new nets, repairs to the existing fencing and the addition of a smart lock. Des also oversees the events activity within the borough and in particular at and around Tunbridge Castle, along with the great team of officers we have in this department. We are lucky to have a castle and it's currently used for regular annual events, the monthly artisan market, weddings, conferences, castle tours and so much more. Work is currently underway to make repairs to parts of the roof, and as you can imagine, this doesn't come cheaply. It would cost close to £725,000 in total. With the departure of KCC Gateway from the office space at the castle delayed until this April, Des and the team are working hard to replace the loss of annual income being £149,000, and they are taking this as an opportunity to explore the possibility of doing something different with the space once it's vacated. Options for the future of the cafe area there are currently being considered by officers and the project board to ensure we maximise our income whilst showing regard for our local competitors. As if that wasn't enough, Des is also championing our stride towards inclusion, diversity and accessibility. This project is still new to us, but I'm so pleased to find that we're looking to improve our knowledge and service in this area. Mike Taylor is the planning representative within the Cabinet, primarily overseeing the local plan process at the moment. Sadly, we had to put the brakes on this last year while we established what is required of this council in terms of development numbers, etc. To find we now have to build 1,096 properties each year is challenging to say the least, with the government amendments showing us to currently hold less than 3% of a 5-year land supply. With close to 75% of the borough being greenbelt or national landscape, this is a very big ask. For this work, hopefully, new consultation software will help not only residents in providing feedback during the consultation period, but also help our officers in deciphering the results of the consultation. Mike is also involved with looking at the potential to extend some of our green belt areas and to initiate new green spaces to prevent urban sprawl, and I thank him and the officers for this crucial work in protecting our landscape. The additional cost of revising our local plan and for the new Greenbelt study and strategic gap work is going to be significant, anticipated at well over £2 million. Our planning department has also been working with a new software system, Agile, for over a year now. This replaced the previous system, which has been in place for 30 years, and the difficulties in bringing this about are understandable. The additional workload this has brought are fully recognised by Mike and his cabinet colleagues, and we sincerely thank officers for their perseverance. A great deal of consideration is now being given to ensuring that working practices for planning are improved significantly over the next few months. There's been a serious shortage of planning officers nationally, and I'm pleased that our market supplement has been successful in attracting and retaining good planning officers. This will be retained for the coming year, but will need to come under review at some point. And finally, from my own cabinet position, I continue to hold the portfolio for housing as well as finance, and we continue to be busy with the implementation of our new housing allocations policy. This proved to be far more difficult than anticipated, but will eventually create a cleansed housing register, ensuring that all the applicants are currently eligible and will increase our efficiency. It's taking longer than we thought to complete this, partly due to a significant increase in new applications received over recent months, meaning that there is less officer time available to clear the backlog. We remain committed to keeping up staffing numbers for this purpose and hope to be at a business as usual point within a few more months. As with every other local authority across the country, we have a severe shortage of suitable and affordable housing, but I thank the team for their never-ending compassion and enthusiasm in helping those in need. It's a difficult job to prioritise when there are so many looking for homes, but I know we do our very best to support as required, and I'm so proud of the work completed in this respect. Thankfully, government funding is to continue in the fight against homelessness, and our homelessness prevention officers can carry on with their important work. The cost of providing temporary accommodation is anticipated to remain high for us for the year 25-26. However, work continues with an aim to reduce this level of cost by maximising our charging policy and by owning or renting more units ourselves. We currently have access to 40 units for this purpose, being made up of properties which we as the council own alongside those available to us from the agreement we have with Clarion Housing. Extensive work has been undertaken to acquire further units, and we continue to explore the possibility of purchasing modular housing units to complement this. I visited a building just last week which may be able to provide a further 19 units of 1 and 2 bedrooms for us to use for temporary accommodation. The works going on there is of a very high standard, and I would be proud to be able to offer these units to those finding themselves homeless. If this all comes to fruition, we shall bring our costs of mainly of nightly paid accommodation down significantly and benefit from various financial incentives which can be achieved from owning a greater number of properties ourselves. Work is also underway to bring in a hoarding coordinator to help some of our residents to live a healthier and safer lifestyle. This role will also be able to assist with hospital discharges when some of our residents are able to return home to a safer environment. We look forward to creating an accommodation team. Some of their work will be to build on that already started by bringing our empty homes back into use and bringing void times down with our registered providers. Like everybody else, I was really pleased to find that we were the leader in the county for bringing empty homes back into use. It's a great achievement. It's no secret that the demand for housing far outweighs the properties available here, and so our work in this field is vital. The changes we introduced to our council tax premium charges are assisting with this, and a similar process will apply to those with second homes in April. This new team will sit alongside our officers who put huge efforts into ensuring homes within Tunbridge and Malling remain fit for purpose. They also provide access to necessary adaptations to our residents' homes when necessary through grant funding to assist with independent living. For those looking to get onto the housing ladder, we continue to work closely with developers in introducing schemes for this purpose. We also continue to be involved with the government's Homes for Ukraine and Afghanistan resettlement schemes wherever we can. The cost of accommodation within this borough is particularly high, but we continue to work closely with the Home Office in order to do our bit. Health also falls within my portfolio, and it's pleasing to see that our 1U team continue to offer great support to our residents and GPs. This team also support the bank of volunteers who run the regular health walks across Tunbridge and Malling. The volunteers are so very much appreciated as they help to provide an invaluable service for us. I shall meet up with them again on Friday to add my thanks when they will be at lunch as a thank you from TNBC. OneU also run a variety of initiatives in support of our staff members. I joined staff in a couple of exercise sessions not long ago, and it was great fun. IT is another area which falls within my responsibility, and I'm so thankful to our IT support team led by Ganesh for their never-ending fight against cybersecurity breaches. Our finance department has seen the successful implementation of the enhanced Integra Centros financial management system with help from IT, and of course the IT team continue to support the agile processes still. It goes without saying that there are always IT innovations being worked on for TMBC, and our small team do an amazing job of keeping us at the leading edge. Our website and app require constant updating, but are invaluable for residents to keep up to date with our work and to contact us whenever suits them best. We have recently enhanced our online chat function for customer services to allow for 24-hour contact, but also to free up staff members who were previously managing this manually. I hope I've demonstrated that workloads throughout TMBC are unrelenting, but as a result, we can all be proud to be part of this organisation. So back to the budget, there has been much consideration that has gone into preparing this finished article that is my budget proposal for the year 2025-26. In summary, I'm asking you to approve the anticipated budgetary figures as follows. Our total of expected grant funding is £5.5 million, with the largest amounts being the local government settlement funding of 2.7 million, with an additional 157,000 to assist with our new national insurance commitments. The funding floor of 1.785 million and a further 517,000 of new homes bonus is another form of funding. We will top up our general revenue reserve by £20,000, which, with an increase to council tax of 3% or £5, whichever is the greater, bringing in just over £13 million, will allow us to cover the cost of day-to-day services. Business rate income is anticipated to reach in excess of 3.8 million, with our share from the pool partnership being 1.34 million. The new polluter pays grant will come in at £983,600, with a further 600,000 from KCC. To recap on expenditure, this year, in line with our corporate plan, funds have been set aside for the progression of the Tunbridge Town Centre regeneration project, the potential purchase of more temporary accommodation units, to continue with our climate change initiatives towards carbon neutral leisure centres, and so much more, the continuation of our own enhanced enforcement team, transformation in the form of finding efficiencies wherever possible, and perhaps most importantly, further work on our local plan. That said, the reality is that whilst we have a positive outlook for the next financial year, we cannot lose sight of the level of spending faced by TMBC in providing services to some 57,000 households. The imminent tendering for a new refuse recycling and street cleansing contract is one of our priorities at the present time. The delivery of a new Angel Centre is another huge commitment. And it's vital that we continue to invest in our IT delivery, which first and foremost must keep us safe from cyber attacks, but also to embrace the electronic arena even further in order to bring us more efficiencies and cost savings. So you see, we don't just empty the bins after all. And so with all of that in mind, I look forward to the year ahead. And with the draft estimates and capital plan having been approved by overview and scrutiny, I very much hope that you will vote in favour of this balanced budget that I have great pleasure in proposing to Council tonight. Thank you.
I just say, Councillor Tanner and the officers, for your hard work and dedication, and I hope everybody will join me to say thank you very much.
Thank you.
Matt Bolton to second.
Yeah, I'll second and reserve my rights.
Any other speakers and leaders? Councillor Oakley.
Thank you, Mayor. Rarely have I heard anyone sit there for 30 minutes and speak on the budget. Even at overview and scrutiny, where we did look at the numbers, we didn't look in such depth. And wouldn't it have been amazing to have had your speech in the papers for overview and scrutiny before it came here? And I'd like to suggest for next year that we do just that and make it as thorough as you've just gone through. I actually can't remember half of it. It's the age. Well, no, I actually hope that it will be published somewhere in the members' papers as part of this meeting, because it was just so interesting and useful. But a plea for next year for overview and scrutiny, because with all due respect to Sharon, the numbers on their own are a bit dry. And everyone finds it quite difficult to actually flog through the estimates book. I do it, and it is interesting, but not as interesting as the speech we've just had. So I think you deserve another round of applause. Or can I just come back and say that my group support the budget?
Councillor Atwell.
Yes, thank you. I'll try and be quick. Yes, wonderful to hear all of that, and wonderful to have a balanced budget proposed. There are a few things that worry me slightly, and that is particularly as we're talking about uncertainty going into the medium term, that we might need to change some of our ambitions. I too went to see that amazing temporary accommodation that we might have coming our way, and it's beautiful, but it still worries me that we lease and we don't think about doing something more like buying. It still concerns me that we can't create our own housing. It still concerns me that we don't own things. We tend to sell them off. So those things are difficult for me. And there's some specific things in the capital plan that I think are missing, like the Cannon Lane lighting, for example. And when we talk about things like well-being of the borough, it's great to have open spaces and leisure centres, but actually what we need is to get everyone cycling and walking, because all of our European partners would agree that that's the best thing you can do to have a healthy group of people. So whilst there's so many things in that budget that I think are fantastic, I will abstain tonight because I do think there are some parts of it where we could be more ambitious.
Mark.
Oh, you caught me out there. I've only got a few points to make. First one is whichever government has been in power has always impoverished local government, because they seem to want to micromanage everything. Don't know why. And I don't know, what they think they're up to, but it's not the best way. Local people know what they want. They don't. National issues don't, while they affect us, we're here for the local issues, which is what we're here for. Just got one or two little points. The Gibson building, I've been on about moving out of this building for a long time. This is a real white elephant. It's energy inefficient. It's not being used, and I'm really pleased that we're moving out to the other building. And I'm also pleased that the CSU is going to be in there, because those in the place, when you get in contact with them, you get some action, which is what local residents want. So that's really, really pleasing. That is. I've been very annoyed and disappointed with the agile planning system. Very frustrating. And I feel really sorry for Eleanor to have to come here one evening and face up, tell us why it's not working and about a massive overrun. I think, she's done a great job taking it on her shoulders. And I thank her for that. the local plan, the local plan not being in place over the years has put us in a really difficult position. It leaves us open to speculative developers putting in plans. I mean, it's not actually in our area, but it's right next to it. We've got Ouse Park, a very difficult application that we're going to have to deal with. Sporting facilities in greenbelt areas are a given. The other part is not so easy. Waste collection, when that comes up the contract, some people, that's the only contact they have with the council. I know it sounds really silly, but it really is. Oh, that might be the only thing they see. So we've got to keep it to the standard we've got it at the moment, because it's a very high standard. I'm very pleased with it. And I'll just come to the end of my little bit. In the report, and I'm not going to read it out because we've gone on at the time. It talks about the ability to acquire, dispose, decisions, contracts, projects that we might not be able to undertake. So we really do need to keep an eye on this, this possible devolution thing. We don't want to have things that we really want, our residents want, and not being able to do it, even though we've got the money, to be stymied by, I think it's a direction under Section 24 of the Local Government Act or something. If we've got things to do, we really do need to put our thinking caps on and get on with them. And finally, I'll finish up by saying I do support the budget. I was generously offered by Sharon that I could go through it with her, but I followed it through and I didn't really need to. So thanks for the offer, but thank you very much.
Councillor Hood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First of all, can I say a heartfelt thank you to the entire finance team for their hard work in putting together this year's budget. They and all our officers deserve credit for the way that they serve the council, especially at this uncertain time, and always. With the spectre of public service cuts looming, we do await the result of a multi-year settlement, which is unlikely to look favourably upon us. But like today's beautiful weather, we should enjoy the brief sunshine provided by the funding floor grant, and similarly the polluter pays funding at a very opportune time for this council. It considers a host of exciting capital projects. Would, however, be great to see some of the polluter pays funding allocated to some new notices to spread the word about the increased level of fines, which of course for littering, which increased from a maximum of £150 to £500 to date. I don't know of any work that's been undertaken to spread the word about that. And the borough streets are actually punctuated by out-of-date signs that give the false impression that the fines to litter bugs are still only £80. Members will be aware that the Green Group has always respected the need to deliver a balanced budget and to ensure that we have a healthy level of reserves in order to assist us for the rest of our time together as a council. I have to say that the news that Agile is not likely to be adopted by any future council after we have spent such a huge amount of money is really disappointing. We still have the capital project to refurbish the Gibson East building behind us. While it makes complete sense for us to continue the decarbonisation work on our leisure centres and swimming pools, the Green Group still has serious concerns about the expenditure proposed for Gibson East, such huge uncertainty over where a future unitary council will be based. The leader's right. We simply do not know where the future council offices will be located. There's huge uncertainty. If we spend £3 million, what are the chances that our taxpayers are likely to see that money recouped if that building is subsequently sold? Not our money. We need to ensure that we get the best value for any future council and its council taxpayers. Our finance officers have skillfully identified the funds which can be released from various reserves to enable the transformation, which have been alluded to at length earlier. The Green Group, however, does remain hugely frustrated by the continuing lack of progress to deliver public realm improvements to increase public safety at River Lawn and between Town Lock and Lane in Tunbridge. We need to see real progress on this matter in the coming months. While we welcome the increasing numbers of temporary accommodation units, we are considering leasing at such a high price. The figures that we are seeing relating to that are actually recorded in our capital budget, despite the fact that we're never going to own that property. As many members will be aware, the Green Group has urged the administration to purchase the abandoned development site at Avery Avenue outright and then build bespoke temporary accommodation to meet our exact needs without retrofitting. We could have controlled the style of architecture there and resolved what has become an eyesore in the heart of Tunbridge. Apparently, this was a step too far. Now we are faced with a much bigger application there, which is coming to our planning committee for consideration. Obviously, we haven't made any kind of prejudgment there. We have yet to decide on the merits of the scheme, but our deliberations will be overshadowed by the inability to develop a 5-year supply of housing, which is linked to the ambitions of the council and in terms of our finances. That is not the case in neighbouring boroughs like Greenlead, Maidstone, where they are literally building on the successes of the previous Conservative administration and can make planning decisions with the comfort of a 5.1-year housing supply because they have enabled more affordable housing. On average, they have been delivering 1,140 affordable units per year since 2011, while we have been managing just over 200. The cost of temporary accommodation will continue to be an existential threat to this council if we are incapable of delivering social housing ourselves. We have a line in our housing policy about setting up our own housing company, and in Tunbridge, we have available land. Isn't it time to act, make the words on the page reality, and deliver the homes that our children, grandchildren, nephews, and nieces require to prevent them being priced out of our own communities? Isn't it clear that the market is actually incapable of delivering the affordable housing that every party acknowledges we need?
Thank you, Councillor. Time is up.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Your Worship. You needn't turn your timer on. Thanks to Kim for such a detailed layout of the picture as it is. Thanks to Sharon and her team. I am in awe of the manipulation Sharon goes. And of course, those thanks to every officer across this council to keep this machine working. And to pick up on Councillor Hickmott's point, we need to plough on regardless. Never mind what the government's going to do. We don't know what they're going to do. It's business as usual. Local plan, Angel Centre, Gibson Building. Let's just keep going. I support this budget.
Thank you. Briefly, just to echo what Councillor Hickmott said about projects, listening to your long list of things that the council's got in hand, it struck me sitting here that a lot of those relate to leisure, and leisure is a discretionary function. And if a new authority comes into being, they may decide that leisure is not something that's going to give a priority. So if we want these schemes done, we need to get on with them, and at the very least sign up contracts so that they're committed to take place. And of course, we need to bear in mind not only the uncertainties of local government reorganisation, but the uncertainties of the national financial situation. You've already said about how the national insurance tax increase has affected the authority, and if you so I do listen to all the news, it appears that the country is not generating growth, and we're now facing the possibility of having to increase defence spending and the international pressures, and we might find ourselves in a few months having to face cuts or more tax increases which work through to this authority. And lastly, as car parking was mentioned, I'm not going to go on about that, but I hope the council can find an answer so that the Martin Square Christmas lighting for one day can be repeated again this Christmas, and also find an answer to the issues around the farmers market in Westmoreland. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other speakers? Councillor Bolton.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. As I seconded and reserved my right, I'll just conclude on this item. Kim Tanner provided a very comprehensive update. I like to think it is the strength of a good leader by surrounding yourself with good people who are very capable of giving a comprehensive financial update. So that's exactly what I did. And I don't think any of us can deny that Kim has done an exceptional job in being right on top of her brief, in having the care of this council and every single resident at her forefront, and making sure that we are spending every single penny of the council tax that we raise in a extremely safe, fair, beneficial way. So the one person that Kim didn't thank in her remarks was herself. And she really does deserve all the credit for the way in which she has devoted an awful lot of time to really getting to the bottom of this. Sometimes to my frustration when we want to spend some money, but frankly, that's Kim doing her job. So thank you for that. I just want to reflect on a few things. We could go into some individual projects, but we had a good debate about some of the detail at overview and scrutiny. I thank members there for their unanimous support. Cabinet agreed this last week too. So it'd be disappointing for people to abstain at this stage. If you would like to see a bit more ambition, well, please come to us with proposals. We've had opportunities to do it. The finance team have reached out to the other groups and offered their assistance too, and that hasn't been forthcoming. So I'm sorry about that. Please do take that offer up going forward. We're happy to talk to Councillor Athwell and her group about any of her more ambitious ideas that she'd like to see in it. But I hope that you did hear that this is a very ambitious project, a very ambitious budget in a lot of different areas with a lot of different projects ongoing. I also want to thank every resident who's inputted into this directly and indirectly. Some of them have been very patient in staying tonight, and I appreciate they might not have come for this item, but this is the most important item that we discuss every single year. This is the budget that sets the priorities of the council for the next 12 months ahead. This is what determines what our savings targets are, where we're able to spend money so that we can shape proposals around that. And I hope for every resident watching or in the chamber tonight, it's been interesting in terms of listening to Councillor Tanner and understanding just the breadth of work that this authority does and how we really do care about the communities and about that. We are devoted to spending every single penny of the money that you are forced to give to us in as best way as we possibly can. So I do commend this budget and I hope every member will vote for it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Before we go to a vote, the last word is from Councillor Tanner.
Thank you, everyone, for your kind words. I'm pleased to know that the budget was interesting. It is a dry subject, but we tried to put it in layman's terms so that we know exactly what we're doing with our money. And I really hope that it's well supported tonight. Thank you.
We go to a vote. Recorded vote. It's eyes down looking. It's the yellow ticket. We're just going to announce the result and then we're all going to have a comfort break before the budget.
The results are in.
You were right.
Yeah,
Everybody's got.
The results of that recorded vote are 35, 6 abstentions, none against. That motion is carried. Budget is approved.
We're just going to go through item 10, and then after item 10, we can have a comfort break for 5-10 minutes at the least. And breakfast will be served. Right, item 10, setting the council tax for 2025-2026. Recommendations from the Cabinet are set out in the supplementary pack 3 and page numbers 5 to 6. I invite the Cabinet Member for Finance and Housing, Councillor Tanner, to present the recommendations of the Cabinet. And you've only got 35 minutes to speak.
Cheeky. I would like to propose that the draft resolution be noted and the council be recommended to approve a 3% or £7.14 per annum increase in the Borough Council's element of the council tax for 25-26, representing a notional average charge at Band D of £245.30. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers? No. It's going to be another recorded vote. And it's the green one. Yellow. Green. Please don't fold these because we got told off last time.
The result of that recorded vote says 40 voted for, 1 against. That motion is carried.
We can now all go for a comfort break. An hour? Quarter past. Yeah. Can you take your seats, please? Item 11, local council tax reduction scheme 2025/56. Recommendations from the Cabinet are set out in the supplementary pack 3 at pages 7 to 8. Before moving to the next item on the agenda, I propose that Council Procedure Rule 6.4 be applied for the remainder of the meeting, and speeches may not exceed more than 5 minutes. Councillor Tanner. I invite the leader to present the recommendations of Cabinet.
I recommend that the draft local council tax reduction scheme for 25/26 be commended to council for adoption. Thank you.
Seconder. Councillor Bolton. Are there any other speakers? No. Councillor Bolton.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Right. Aggrieved. Aggrieved. Thank you. Item 12, changes of the Constitution. The report recommends changes to the Constitution in respect of terms of reference of area planning committees and general purpose committees. The recommendation is set out in 3.1, pages 285 of the agenda pack. Is there any member who wishes to comment? Councillor Thornywell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to, well, first of all, when I read this, I was concerned that we're altering the situation in between what is a very contentious Area 2 determination, the last meeting and tomorrow night's meeting. And therefore, should we be doing this now? I understand there's a difference in the wording between what was adopted as long ago as October 23, when we must have had loads of area meetings since then, and what's now on the papers before us. And of course, just to say, the question of the significance is A, the significance of the amount of the cost, or alternatively, the risk of costs being awarded being significant, and they are different. And what I'd like to ask is, if this change is carried forward, does it make any difference to the way that Area 2 may be conducted tomorrow? I accept this is a tidying up exercise and it ought to be done, but I would like it to be confirmed that it makes no difference. I'm sorry you've had to wait so long.
Thank you. No, it doesn't make any difference because the terms of reference are not what I refer to. I normally refer to the council procedure rules, the committee procedure rules at planning committee. That already has the wording in there in 15.25, which is what we usually read out. That section in 2023 was amended because when you look at the guidance on appeals, it does give there are three sections there that explain the type of behavior that may give rise to a substantial award of costs. So previously, the way the wording was drafted was just to say where there's significant costs. Where there's risk of costs, but this says significant costs because the costs guidance explains when councils could be a risk of significant costs. And I can read that section out if you, but it might just be good for councillors to have a chance to read that. I think I have circulated that previously in the past, and that's where it concerns unreasonable behaviour of the council. So rather than just having any costs, any risk of costs going to full council, in 2023, we decided that it would be where there's a risk of significant costs. So it doesn't make a difference if that answers your question with regards to the terms of reference. That's just the CPR rules take precedence over the terms of reference.
I'm satisfied with that explanation. Thank you.
Councillor Bolton.
Thank you very much. I won't repeat what the head of Legal and Democratic Services said because I was going to make many of those points. This is very simply a tidying up exercise from something that Council had agreed in October 2023. We agreed to change the committee procedure rules. What we probably should have done in a paper was say and change the wording at the terms of reference. This simply seeks to make sure that the two align. It makes absolutely no difference whatsoever with regards to the application that's being considered by Area 2 Planning Committee tomorrow. And as it's my name on the report, I just kind of wanted to make clear the monitoring officer does have delegated authority in order to make minor tweaks to the Constitution. One could argue this is a minor tweak, but I think he was right to bring this to Council, given that it was Council that made that decision in October 2023 anyway. So I think there's a danger of looking a bit too much into this. This is quite simply just clarifying what was agreed in 2023 at all parts of the
Councillor Coffin? No. Councillor Taylor?
Thank you very much. I know this is part of the way these words dovetail into the rest of the rules that we comply with. But taking it on face value, what's before us tonight, I think the change by putting the significant with the costs actually makes it better for an area planning committee. We can, if we've got a grey case, a borderline case, we can take that decision there and then, and all right, we might have our own costs to appeal, but that's the price of doing business. And by putting the significant after the cost means if we're doing something stupid at an area planning, the officers can refer it to full council where it can be deliberated properly. So I definitely support it.
Any other speakers? Councillor Cloakey?
I want to speak about the second half of the report on general purposes. Do you want to split the two or take me now? Okay, thanks. I looked at the proposed amendment on general purposes. I understand a potential concern that might be floating around that the committee could have a significant impact by suggesting a large increase in the pay award. On the flip side, we delegate decision making to committees for a reason. We're like 3 hours into this meeting with half an agenda still to go. So bringing everything to full council's not ideal. I'd like to propose an amendment, therefore, to replace "say for determination of annual staff pay award" to "say for any determination of the annual staff pay award with a cost that exceeds that for which provision has been made," which would mean that in normal circumstances, general purposes would make the decision, but if the committee wanted to recommend greater expenditure than had already been provisioned for, it would come to full council for determination. So, for example, this year we didn't. Last year, the pay award exceeded the provision, so it would have come through.
Councillor Bolton?
Thank you very much. I was just trying to get my head around the amendments come forward. Again, it would have been good to have advanced sight. So I say this not having got any advice on the amendment at all. Yeah, I think it's important, as we've just heard, in the in the scheme of the budgets that all budgetary matters are taken by full council. I think that allows all members an equal say on it fundamentally. So that's the purpose behind what's come forward. I understand the amendment that has been made. I just want to absolutely clarify that obviously the pay award, by which point it comes to general purposes at the end of January, is considered within the budgetary framework for the papers that usually will have been published by overview and scrutiny for the overview and scrutiny committee by that point, if not deliberated, depending on when meeting dates are, by the overview and scrutiny committee. So we would usually be able to establish whether that is within the proposed budgetary framework. I would be happy to accept that amendment personally, but I think it's very important that we just make clear that ultimately the decision will rest with full council. I do worry from a constitutional perspective that how the wording of the constitution would affect that this is part delegated and part referred to full council, depending on the decision taken. That does worry me, because ultimately a matter has to be either delegated to general purposes committee or considered by full council. I'd appreciate some guidance from officers on that point, whether they share that concern or not. But as I say this not having had the benefit of prior notice of this amendment. So I'd be happy to be corrected.
Damien.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I just ask Councillor Clokey just to repeat the exact wording of his proposed amendment?
Only was proposing that we make it say for any determination of the annual staff pay award with a cost that exceeds that for which provision has been made. But I would happily take any suggestions as to alternative wording that you might provide.
I'm going to offer a comment and then ask if the Director of Finance also wants to comment. My concern about the statement as proposed is that at the point in the year when general purposes consider the pay award, budget decisions for the forthcoming year have not been made. So while there may be reference to it within the medium-term financial strategy, that is not the same as a budget decision. And therefore, if you were to agree that proposed amendment, then any pay award would be automatically referred to full council. I want to be clear about that, but I'm just going to ask whether the Director of Finance has any comments as well.
Yeah, this is quite a difficult one, really, because there is no budget at that point. There's only a draft budget that hasn't been agreed. And I think we've been very lucky over the years that we've never really strayed too far from the provisional budgets that have been set aside. I think I can understand there may be concerns that we could drift away from that and suddenly the council be faced with a set of circumstances where a decision has been made that has not been factored into the council's long-term financial plans, which would be of concern to me. So I think I would agree with what the Chief Executive has said. But obviously, clearly that's not a decision for me, a decision for members.
Ken, yes. Yeah. We are now debating Councillor Clokey's amendment. Is there any speakers? Councillor Bolton.
Well, I'm happy to speak because I've had another minute or two to digest it and also heard the advice from Chief Executive and Director of Finance. I think we are trying to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut with this amendment based on the advice that has been given so far. I think this still comes to general purposes anyway. At the moment, general purposes simply would recommend to full council, so it's incorporated into the wider budget proposals. So general purposes still has the opportunity to make whatever recommendations it wishes to. And as is rightly said, I mean, there is a situation in which the draft budget is very different budget that is approved. And that is the purpose behind bringing this paper today, to make sure that all of our income and expenditure align. So the more I think about it, the more I think it might be easiest and most simple if we were to stick with the recommendation as per the paper.
Just to say, based on the advice around the wording as it stands at the moment, I'm happy to withdraw that. Although I will note, I'm in a note that I forgot to mention earlier, I'll withdraw that amendment. But while we are here, can I recommend we also adjust the terms of reference in stage 1 around elections to remove the word European, as those elections do not exist anymore.
Do you have a second, Deb? Yep. Councillor Bolton. Is that amendment agreed? Thank you. To the original recommendations. Do you want to propose them and ask for a seconder? No. I'll propose them, and
in which case I'll second them.
Councillor Stockfield will second it. Is that agreed, members?
Agreed.
Thank you. Item 13, appointment of independent person. The report asks members to appoint a second independent person. The recommendations are 3.1, pages 305 of the agenda pack. It is that Mr. Paul Cummins is appointed. Is there any member who wishes to comment? Who wants to move the recommendation? Councillor Bell. And second it. All right, Councillor Davis seconded it. Proposed it was Councillor Bell. Thank you. Any speakers? Councillor Hood.
Well, I would have offered to third it, but they said it couldn't be done. Lo and behold, it's going to be done.
Is that it? Yeah. Any other speakers? Everybody agree that recommendation? Thank you. Item 14, appointment for outside bodies. The reports ask members to approve the appointment of Mr. Matthew Crisp as a trustee to the Bury Housing Trust, set out in 3.1, pages 309 of the agenda pack. Is there any members who wishes to comment? And before I do, can I ask for a seconder? Done. Thank you. Speakers to this item? Councillor Betts.
I will just say a few words because very kindly one of the trustees of the Bury Trust sent me a few words. They're very short, so I won't take too long. The Bury Housing Trust was founded in 1912 by the children of Ada Bury, a long-time resident of Fairseat and Stansted. It provided then, as now, very affordable accommodation to the families of casualties after world wars and for successive numbers of local persons and couples since. The Trust operates 4 almshouses in Stansted. The Trust continues the original practice of being managed entirely by volunteers. Now, the reason I wanted to say a few words on the Trust was because we don't realise what work goes on behind the scenes and what Tunbridge and Morling supports. And Tunbridge and Morling did support this Trust through the grant application of the West Kent Rural Grants. And that programme included installing, I'll say it again, solar panels on the roofs of the almshouses. And have a guess who steered them in that direction. But what they've just come back to me to tell me is that the solar panel installations have operated for almost 1 year now, and during that time, the system has generated in excess of 4,000 kilowatt hours of electricity at zero cost to those very needy residents, saving them almost £1,000 each. So it just shows what Tunbridge and Moreland does do behind the scenes, even for charities like this. So that's why I thought it'd be good to say a few words. Thank you.
Anybody else? Is that agreed? Thank you. Right. Yeah. So we're going to the motion now, item 20, the English devolution white paper. A notice of motion has been submitted by Councillor King in relation to the English devolution white paper. Councillor King is invited to propose and speak in this motion. Time limit 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Worship, and for my promotion up the batting order. The motion has 3 parts, so I'll try to be as quick as I can. As you say, it comes about because of the government proposals for devolution and local government reorganisation. The first part asks this council to express its deep disappointment with the top-down approach to local government reorganisation that it has taken. I won't say any more on that. I'll ask people to support that in the spirit which I believe has been common this evening. Part 2 says we should continue to work constructively with all other affected authorities across Kent and Medway to secure the best outcome for residents across Tunbridge and Malling. Well, that's a given that we do it already, but we particularly need to do it now for strategic reasons, and also that we should be setting best practice across whatever formation the unitary takes. So coming quickly to the third part, which asks the council to start the process of community governance review with the intention of creating a town council in Tunbridge by establishing a politically proportionate member working group to oversee the development of an initial terms of reference and timetable for this review. I've tried to make, or that it sets out to be, a comprehensive statement which gives both the objective and the method by which we'd end up conducting the review. I will say that some people may be surprised that I'm sitting here making this proposition, and I would have been one of those people a few weeks ago. The current status quo is that most of the services are provided by Tunbridge centrally. I didn't consider, in my opinion, there was a value of money issue. The precept sits in this budget at £77. I compared it to other town councils such as Edenbridge, which is considered reasonably efficient, and that's £150. So on a surface examination, I considered that there wasn't a value for money issue. I think the services, in my opinion, are provided currently quite efficiently, and we do get good economies of scale through them being provided by Tunbridge. I didn't consider on that basis there was a significant deficit. Right, let's get back to the real world as it's coming to be. I have now changed my mind. It wasn't by virtue of a sudden revelation. It was the fact that I consider the devolution actually is only upwards, not particularly to our benefit. I consider the word local almost ironic at the moment, because what we're doing is we're going to lose local representation that we currently as borough councillors and ward councillors provide for our residents. It's going to be watered down. And although it wouldn't affect the town council, we use the term local planning authority. Well, it's not going to be so local anymore, isn't it? So the term local, from our point of view, has become what's called an oxymoron. You know, it doesn't mean what it says, as far as, not on the tin anyway. So I do think there is a significant democratic deficit. So I won't apologise for changing my mind. I just have.
I think we need to go forward with this governance review. I do think there's a serious piece of work which I've tried to focus on in the wording of the resolution. I think we do have to look seriously at the breadth of responsibilities that a town council would assume, both physically and financially. I think we do have to get a better grip of costs and benefits for the residents, because that's what they will ask on the doorstep. I do think we have to understand how the catchment system structure would, well, how it would operate when we actually set up the town council vis-a-vis what level of representation and how many people, etc., it would offer to the people of Tunbridge. I became aware yesterday that a petition has been submitted along the same lines. So I became aware yesterday. I think that's great, because it actually, this is an example of the fact we're all coming together and we're all on the same page. So I think that's great. My warning request to members: if we're going to do this, we've got to do it right. So that's why I think we need to take our time, not drag our heels, but take our time and do it properly. And we need to work together on a cross-party basis. So on that basis,
the time is up.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'd like to commend all three parts to the members. Thank you.
Seconder, which, yep. Councillor Member, do you want?
Yeah,
speak?
thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to second it. If I may, I'd like to reserve my right to speak and come back at the end.
Councillor Thornywell.
Seeing this resolution, I think that what's said about so-called devolution in the preamble sums up my views about it. And I've been sitting here thinking about what are they going to do about the rest of the country? Members might recall that once upon a time Rutland was put in with Leicester, and there was a fantastic campaign, and Rutland was taken out of Leicester because people up there thought the council for Rutland did a good job and they wanted a local council, and the government of the day allowed that to happen. If we're going to talk about 500,000 being the sort of aim, that's much bigger than many other unitary councils. And it's not Rutland, I took that as the smallest, but the Isle of Wight, Medway itself and so forth. I think 500,000 is too many, and it won't be local at all. And I'm glad we say this. And I agree, though, that it looks like the government are going to push this all through, and therefore we do need to cooperate with the joining authorities and try and get ready for the change. And I'm glad that you've had a conversion on the road to Damascus. And I think if people in Tunbridge want it, they should be allowed to have a town council. I've always thought this. I thought this back in 74 and 73. I could not understand why places like Sevenoaks and Faversham got town councils and Tunbridge didn't. And I would hope that Tunbridge will join the ones that have applied since those years, such as Folkestone, which is quite a large council, and get local representatives, because under this new scheme, and I can see that pushes Councillor King over the line, is there'll be a complete democratic deficit if we have a huge authority and Tunbridge has no local council similar to a parish council to represent it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Otwell.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Just looking at each part in turn, the first part I think is, I can't really support that. Doesn't really matter if I'm deeply disappointed or not. It's nothing to do with what's going on. So I find that difficult to support. The second part of the motion, absolutely, it's easy to support that. The third part I have some questions about, and obviously For a long time, we've been talking about a Tunbridge Council. We've had a democratic deficit way before we were starting to talk about devolution. Interesting here, I'd like some clarification, please, on by establishing a politically proportionate member working group, because the comment that was published by Councillor Mehmet on Facebook talks about a politically balanced working group. What does that mean? And does that mean politically balanced or politically proportionate in respect of the whole council or the Tunbridge members? So I'd like to know more about that before I can think about supporting that or not.
Councillor Bolton, you want to?
Thank you. I hadn't realised that I was speaking at this point.
You weren't, but
okay, all right, thank you. But I was going to speak on this anyway, because I did indicate in leaders' announcements that I would. I think that's splitting hairs, to be honest. Politically proportionate and politically balanced. The intention is quite clear. It does a Tunbridge Town Council would impact all parts of the borough because of special expense calculations. So we need to recognise that too. In 1974. I'm informed by Freeman of the Borough, Owen Baldock, that another Freeman of the Borough, before she passed, Janice Brown, sent leaflets around the whole of Tunbridge complaining that Tunbridge didn't get its own town council when Tunbridge and Malling was set up. So this conversion that you say perhaps isn't a conversion by Conservative councillors in Tunbridge, because they're doing exactly what predecessors did 50 years ago, which is argue that Tunbridge might want its own town council. But I think the crux of the motion is that if the people of Tunbridge want one, they can have one, which is something that I've always said. I want to focus on the other two bits. I think the first part is really, really important. It is the heart of the issue here. We, as I said earlier, are not going on this local government reorganisation journey by choice. We are going on it because the government has published a white paper and says it intends to legislate to see the end of borough and district councils. Now, I think that this borough council might want to express a view on its own future, and therefore it's absolutely right that it is in the motion. And as you heard me say earlier, I am deeply disappointed with the approach that has been taken by the government to it, because they are not allowing this to be genuine bottom-up reorganisation, because they're going to result in local authorities being far less local. The reasons that Councillor Thornywell is absolutely right about. So I think this first part of the motion is intrinsic to it. The second part I just want to touch on, because it forces us, as I said earlier, we have to work together with our neighbours. And I'm conscious that that I'm representing the authority in a lot of those discussions at the moment, just by virtue of being the leader of the council. And often I'm asked to express a view on behalf of Tunbridge and Malling Borough Council in terms of where our priorities lie. And up until this point, I've had to rely on speaking to group leaders, and I thank you all for your help and engagement on that, speaking to colleagues across the chamber to understand where you think we should be going in terms of this devolution journey. And I just would find it incredibly helpful in terms of those conversations to have something formalised from this council that gives me the mandate to go and have those conversations with neighbours to achieve the best for our authorities, so that I know that when we bring proposals back here, because inevitably, and again, classically, we don't know precisely what the decision-making timetable will be, but inevitably we will be talking about this topic of conversation again. So in order to give me the opportunity to best negotiate on behalf of members, I would really appreciate some sort of mandate to go out and have those discussions. And that, in essence, is what the second part of the motion does. It's important that we show our intent and recognise that while we might not like this, we do need to engage in the process. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Cole.
Thank you. Firstly, I do agree with Councillor Atwell in that we have constantly talked about whether or not we should be pronouncing our views on something that we don't have any control over. It doesn't matter what our personal feelings are about this process. It's a government policy that we don't have any input into. Secondly, I just really wanted to thank all the amazing volunteers who've worked incredibly hard on the Tunbridge Town Council campaign. They have stood out in the cold, petitioned at football matches. I mean, it's been freezing every single time I've been out. And I just really do not like them being sort of scrubbed from history here when it was a grassroots movement, and that absolutely needs to be acknowledged. The petition has been handed in, so we know that this should be triggering the next stage in the process. Thank you.
Councillor Hood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So to the first part first. As far as I'm aware, 14 leaders have so far spoken for Kent in the discussions with the government and given the impression that a mayor would be better than an elected assembly for Kent, which was the preference of the Green and Independent and Liberal Democrat group at KCC when we brought a motion on this. This isn't devolution. This is actually concentrating powers into the hands of very few people, and we've got no idea how that mayor is going to be held to account going forward. Democracy should be something that residents participate in rather than being something that is done to them. Curiously, Freeman Owen Baldock is one of the most vociferous critics of the proposal to create a town council. So there's no unanimity within the Conservative Party. While I welcome the motion that's been brought here today by Councillor Memmott and Councillor King, this really is a case of better late than never. Although members will be aware that I'm very fond of cross-party working groups in order to facilitate collaborative working, I too want to know how this is going to be balanced. I want to know what the proportions are going to be. The Tunbridge Town Council campaign has been out in all weathers to collect the required number of signatures. We were almost blown away at last year's Tunbridge Christmas Festival as the storm swept through the canyon of Tunbridge High Street. Councillor Pilgrim just about managed to prevent the gazebo from flying away. I enjoyed reading Councillor Memmett's post on the campaign telling us he didn't know where we got with our petition. We've been telling the campaign has been telling residents for a while that we were there, and we got the magical 2,075 signatures, which is 7.5% some time ago. But we had to get to a more realistic figure to make sure we didn't have doubles. So when we actually handed it in yesterday, we had 2,547 signatures, which should be triggering this process. So it's a statutory process. We don't have any choice in it because it's already been triggered, irrespective of what happens tonight. And I'd like to thank everybody who's actually contributed, signed the petition, hosted campaign meetings, or covered the campaign in the media to help us spread the word. But now we look forward to the real hard work, because the community governance review will ascertain whether or not Tunbridge residents actually want a town council of their own to fill the void left by the end of the Tunbridge Urban District Council in 1974. And I think we all look forward to engaging with the proposed working group and taking part in the debate over the next 12 months, because we have got a democratic deficit and people are desperate to actually have some control, to actually be able to go to a town council meeting, as is the case everywhere else where you have parish councils. You can actually go along, you can actually speak at the meetings. It's a participatory process. So I hope that everybody does support this this motion, but I would like some clarity about this proportionality. Thank you very much.
Councillor Bolton, do you want to come back with that, or Councillor King then? No, sorry. Mike Taylor, sorry.
This devolution and local government reorganisation is being done to us, and we need to give the leader the mandate he needs to get out there and fight for us. We've got to be proactive on this, gain the benefits that may be evident. On the subject of the item 3, in the parishes, we are used to having what you might call a double layer of democratic armour with the parish councils and the ward members. Tunbridge may have a great group of borough councillors, but they're on their own. They haven't got that double layer of armour. Now, we need to have a process heading towards what is going to be the town council. And I think that's what the politically proportionate member working group does. It's there to set up what comes in the future. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Clokey.
Thank you. Deep disappointment with the approach of government at the moment is a fairly default position. On the topic, there's a couple of technical questions on the topic of the of setting up the working group and the governance review. I agree with my colleagues that we will need to decide if it is proportionate to the borough or proportionate to Tunbridge, because at some point somebody has to set it up and we need to know the answer to that question. I think the one thing that's potentially missing from point 3 is a target delivery date. I understand that we want to be thorough, but given local government changes, I think we also do need to crack on and get the local council in place as soon as possible. Thank you.
Other speakers? Councillor Hood.
Just as a point of order or point of clarity, the governance review lasts 12 months. That's the statutory.
Yeah. As a point of clarification on that clarification, I'm asking not for the length of the governance review, but for the target date for setting up the working group and for when the working group will report back with the terms of reference, etc., for the governance review. I think we don't want to lose momentum on this.
Any other speakers before I go to Councillor Merritt? No. Councillor Merritt.
Thank you, Your Worship. It was good to hear, I think, that sort of across the room, across all parties, there's support for this. A couple of things that I would sort of clarify, first of all, when Councillor King and I came up with this motion, we didn't actually know the outcome of the governance, the petition, sorry. So I think our concern was actually that it might not have had enough signatures. And this really was a kind of an insurance policy to make sure that we could still do this. And, if the petition didn't kind of succeed. So I think it's a complementary kind of element to the overall shared aim of getting a town council in place. It's not a kind of competition to it, and it doesn't take away from the effort that those have put in gathering those sorts of signatures. I think just on the timing, this is a broad motion to kind of start the process, and those terms of reference would obviously then be worked on and would sort of go from there. So I think it's probably not necessary to set it up in all the detail at this point. I think, as Councillor Hood has pointed out, there's a set time frame in law for actually getting this governance review done. So I think that is all pretty well covered. The thing I would just sort of like to kind of finish on. I hadn't finished there. Sorry, if I can continue, thank you. The cautionary point I would like to kind of make in the context of the discussions about the town council, my sort of underlying concerns that I had initially when this was being discussed was about the costs to residents. Councillor Bolton earlier in the meeting made quite a good point about underrepresentation from certain residents groups. Those are the ones that probably won't have the time to kind of engage in the town council process, who aren't, signing petitions and things like that. They're the residents, I think, that, their focus is on paying their bills day to day and putting food on the table for their families. And it's those kinds of residents, I think, that will be most impacted by potential cost increases from a town council. And I think particularly serving Trenchwood, it's likely that a lot of those residents will be potentially impacted by that. So I think the point I would like to make is that those who then end up taking forward to town council, I think they have to keep this in mind and not get carried away. And that would be my plea to them when they come to it. Do consider the impact on residents who can't afford big increases in council tax. And I hope that the town council could take forward the principles that Tunbridge and Morling Council has always sought to kind of achieve in being financially responsible and doing its best to limit cost to residents. And I think if it can do that, then it will succeed and it will provide the strong voice that residents need. And I hope those things can be taken forward by those who will start looking at this in a bit more detail. So thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just quickly on the point 1 about we shouldn't get involved. I totally disagree with that, because this is directly in all its parts affecting the operation of this council, its future, and the way in which it's been implemented is against the best judgment of the members of the council. So we have every right to make a protest, and we should, and that's putting it lightly. Taking on board the establishing politically proportionate member working group, I think we have to have a discussion politically balanced about what that group might be. The way I see it is that the residents of Tonbridge have elected people with a particular skew, and that skew should be represented in a discussion about what comes next. And I think it's fairly obvious, how that might be. And at the moment, there are several parties involved, and those parties will be involved. So I think it becomes logical, but it's fairly early to start to set a target for a working group. We need to first of all decide amongst the various people how that working group will be made up. Thank you.
Excuse me. Everybody agreed on that? Agreed? Agreed? Yep. Motion's been carried. Item 21, the motion 25/003, the establishment of a town council of Tonbridge. The notice of motion has been submitted by Councillor Bridge. Councillor Bridge is invited to propose and speak on this motion. Time limit is 5 minutes.
Point of order, Your Worship. Can I?
Councillor Bolton, yeah.
Thank you very much. The previous item has just considered and council has agreed a motion which is very similar to this motion that Councillor Bridge is about to introduce. So it is plausible that the council could come to a decision if it were to reject this motion that is not compatible with the decision just taken. Part 4, paragraph 7 of the Constitution is clear as to what is needed in relation to a motion or amendment to rescind a decision made at a meeting of council within 6 months. In this case, we've barely had 6 minutes. So, Your Worship, can I request that you ask the proposer of the motion to withdraw the motion so we do not end up with inconsistent decisions and lose the outcome of the previous motion? Thank you.
A point of order on the point of order, if I may. If we pass the motion, it doesn't contradict the previous motion. If we do not pass the motion, then we have not said anything, and that also does not contradict the previous motion, because it wouldn't be a motion to reject the previous position. Declining to pass the motion does not take a position.
The motion that we are now moved on to, item 21, states quite simply, and I'll just read a part of it, I will not read all of the parts of the motion that this is applicable to, that the council therefore agrees in principle the following: Tonbridge should have a town council if that is the wish of the people of Tonbridge. The previous motion that we have just unanimously agreed starts the process of a community governance review with the intention of creating a town council for Tonbridge. At this stage, we do not know whether that motion at item 21 that I read out first will be rejected or whether it will be approved. My concern is quite simply that we have just approved a motion that in essence starts the process of a community governance review to create a town council, and council could take the decision to reject town council. So I would suggest that the easiest thing to do, given that I think based on the previous discussion, members are quite happy to start the community governance review, is not to end up in this situation, to just accept that you've got the stated aim from this motion and withdraw the motion. I don't think we're going to achieve anything by proceeding with this motion. Thank you.
Can we ask Councillor Bridge to withdraw this application, this agreement?
Your Worship, no, I'm not minded to withdraw this motion. I don't think that if this passes or fails, it actually has any effect on the previous motion. The previous motion is setting up a working group to carry out a governance review, which may or may not recommend a town council for Tunbridge. There's no guarantee that it will recommend a town council. What I am proposing here is that this council supports the idea of a town council for Tunbridge, if that is the wish of the people of Tunbridge, which is something that has been demonstrated to a degree by the petition and will be demonstrated by the governance review, which has to consult local people as part of the governance review as laid out in the government's guidance. So I'm not minded to withdraw the motion.
I want to speak to your motion. The problem is
yes,
we've already discussed the first one in item 20.
Well, I do, because I'm asking the council to support the principle of Tunbridge having a town council, and we haven't actually quite discussed that. All we've discussed is setting up a governance review. So I will continue, and I'll try not to talk for more than 5 minutes. Like Councillors Cope and Councillor Hood, I think it's important to acknowledge the important role played by everyone involved in the Tunbridge Town Council campaign. Over several months, they've created a website, produced leaflets, engaged with residents, and spent hours in the wind, rain and cold collecting the required number of signatures for a petition to trigger a governance review. I'm pleased to note that that petition was submitted to this council yesterday. The campaign includes people from across the political spectrum, as well as those with no political affiliation. They are united in the goal of bringing a town council to Tunbridge. It's in that spirit of collaboration that the Liberal Democrat and Green groups have submitted this joint motion and welcome our Conservative friends at last recognising the benefits of a town council for Tunbridge. Government is best which is closest to the people. These are the words of US President Lyndon Johnson, and I quote them because I believe that principle is under threat. The government's proposed reorganisation of local government has, I believe, strengthened the case for a town council. Under the government's proposals, the lowest tier of local government in Tunbridge will be a new unitary authority covering at least 500,000 people. Local government will be more remote and less responsive to the people it's meant to serve. Not devolution, but devaluation of local communities and local government. Local government works best when it's close to, responsive to, and accountable to the people it serves. Where unitary councils have already been formed in rural areas, historic market towns like Tunbridge have established town councils. Yeovil and Taunton in Somerset, Chippenham and Trowbridge in Wiltshire, comparable in size to Tunbridge, towns proud of their history and with a strong sense of community. They understood the importance of having their own councils. Such a council would provide a voice for residents and look after the interests of the town. It would provide services closer to and more accountable to the people it represents. Even without local government reorganisation, there is a strong case for a town council. Tunbridge remains the only part of Tunbridge and Malling without a parish or town council. Decisions on closed churchyards, open spaces and play areas, support for local events, allotments and public conveniences are made by members of this council rather than by councillors specifically elected by the people of Tunbridge for that purpose. What's good for the rest of the borough should be good for Tunbridge as well. The case for a town council is a strong one. The town has a long history and strong sense of identity and community. Rodesham and Borough Green, East Peckham and Platt, Kings Hill and Aylesford all have their own local councils. Why not Tunbridge? If the people of Tunbridge want a town council, as I believe they do, why should they not have one? This council now must conduct a governance review, including taking into account the views of local people. It will then decide whether to give effect to the recommendations of that review, and there is no guarantee a town council will follow. We are members of this council because we believe in local democracy, local decision making, and local accountability. We now have an opportunity to demonstrate that belief by supporting this motion and agreeing the principle that Tunbridge should have a town council if the people of the town want one. I hereby propose this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Hood. Do you want to speak, Councillor Hood?
I will speak. I will reserve my right. Thank you very much.
Yep.
I think other people have indicated that they'd like to speak.
Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It might be the lateness of the hour, but I kind of feel I've Groundhog Day and I've just heard something repeated. This seems to me just more political point scoring and trying to be one-upmanship who thought about it first. Quite frankly, I think it's wasting all of our time. Thank you.
Hoskins.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to waste a bit more of your time because this is something that's vitally important and means a lot to many of us. I note how many of our colleagues from right across the board value their parish councils or their town councils and the local voice that they're able to give. I first started campaigning for a town council in Tunbridge, not in 1974, sadly, because I wasn't politically active at the time, but back in the 90s. And I was a very lonely voice at that time, very lonely. But knocking on doors over the last few weeks has been so rewarding. There was such interest on the doorstep. Very few people mentioned costs, but yes, one or two did. But I would like to point out that 9 of our 27 parish areas in Tunbridge and Morling at the moment actually pay less than Tunbridge pays. So therefore, their parish councils must have a lower precept than our special estimates. I thought that was very interesting. It doesn't have to cost more, although it would be good. It wouldn't be. It may not be bad to pay more. It might be worth paying a little more to have that local voice and for the decision making to be made locally by locally elected people. And I'm so glad that I am no longer a lone voice.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Councillor Hoskins and Councillor Bridge for their obvious passion on this subject. However, I should point out that in the motion proposed by Councillor King that we've just passed, this is a direct quote from it. The creation of a town council for Tunbridge if residents wish for one to be created. We are literally talking about exactly the same thing as we've just passed in the previous motion. In fact, some of Councillor Bridge's opening remarks were basically word for word the same as Councillor Cope's. Councillor King's. It's the same thing. We're simply repeating ourselves. And I do think that there's real scope here for an overlap. The motion has been passed as it stands, and I think that is the subject closed for the time being.
Harman.
Pretty much of the same view. It's 11:15 and we're talking about the same subject twice. Can we just crack on and actually get it done?
Councillor Taylor, sorry.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I think what Gary and James and Franny just said is almost exactly the same as what I said 10 minutes ago, but with a lot fewer words. Can I suggest an amendment that will take
Go for it.
that will take us away from this constitutional wormhole, and that is to preface the motion with the words, "This council acknowledges receipt of public consultation requesting the establishment of a town council." Thank you.
Agreed? No. Damien.
through you, Mayor. So there's been a proposal for an amendment. There are two options. We can either seek a seconder to that proposal, or you can ask the mover of the original motion whether they want to accept it.
So I can ask a question. If everybody seems to think we're just repeating the previous motion, why don't we just agree this motion?
Councillor Bolton.
I was going to abstain on this on the basis that we just agreed this before. We could agree this, but I think it's, for the reasons that I stated earlier, quite wrong that we're even discussing this again. I think this is a degree of political point scoring that, and I did say to the Lib Dem group last week, I did offer to you as leader of the Lib Dem group, Anita, I said, look, there's two very similar motions. Why don't we come together in the best interests of the borough and let us know whether we can deal with this sensibly. Now, I never heard anything from the Lib Dem group before the meeting, and that's why we're in the position tonight. I think it's very regrettable that we're in, and I'll be abstaining. Thank you.
Councillor Bridge.
Well, I've now twice been accused of political point scoring, and I think that's grossly unfair. We're working with our Green colleagues on this because it's a matter that concerns us and the many people in Tunbridge. And quite frankly, if the Conservative Party, if we were aware that the Conservative Party were going to submit their motion, we could have consulted with them. We were not previously, well, I'm talking about before the deadline for submission. And I wasn't previously aware that our colleagues, our Conservative colleagues in Tunbridge, now supported the idea of a town council, and I welcome them doing so. And they're quite, we're happy to work with them to bring this forward. But this is a point of principle, a vote on the point of principle that this council supports the idea of a town council for Tunbridge if the people of Tunbridge want it. That is a little different to the motion we've already passed.
King.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm really struggling with this. I don't want to accuse anyone of anything because I realise with what passion that people are talking, and this motion has given them an opportunity to say things which actually they could have said on the previous motion, but it's given them an opportunity. The thing I struggle with is that I think the first two are actually just sort of statements and don't really achieve a great deal. The third one is all achieved by the previous motion. So for me, I'm not confused that I'm not convinced that we're adding any value. Thank you.
Councillor Atwell.
Thank you. I'll be really brief, and this is pretty shameful, quite frankly. We've submitted the signatures on Monday. It's done. The review's going to happen. We shouldn't have even done the first motion. Let's just stop all being the ones that are on the minutes that we can retrospectively say it's what we all did. Let's just get on and get the downtown council done. We've actually done the petition. It's triggered anyway. It's constitutional. It's lawful. Blah de blah de blah. Let's just vote on this one. All say yes. If we abstain, I think we're just being petty.
Councillor Bolton.
So the first motion covered stuff that this motion doesn't. Around, I'm sorry, Councillor Hood, but you've submitted this, so I'm going to talk to it. The first one covered stuff that this doesn't because it related to the issues that I spoke about in relation to devolution and local government reorganisation, the first 2/3 of that motion, which I think are important regardless of the town council question. I appreciate Councillor Atwell disagrees, but we've just agreed that. The first motion stated very clearly that the principle of the creation of a town council for Tunbridge, if residents wish one to be created, is started. So I cannot see Councillor Bridges' argument in the slightest that we need to have another discussion about the principle of a Tunbridge Town Council. The petition has been submitted on Monday. I understand it hasn't been verified yet because obviously it's quite a bit of work to go through 2,500 signatures and check everyone's on the electoral register. But obviously, as you quite rightly say, Councillor Atwell, once that work has been done and it's quite a lot of man hours into it, then that may start the process anyway. And you're absolutely right about that. But this is all, it does sort of prove my point, as I think you were saying too, that we do not need to be having this debate, because this could potentially be the third way in which we trigger exactly the same process. And that is exactly why this motion should have been withdrawn, as I suggested at the very start of the agenda, and why I don't want to give this motion any credibility whatsoever, because we have done and we have voted already on everything this motion looks to achieve, and why I'll be abstaining.
That's
I can. Thank you, Your Worship. I think I was just going to simply say, what's the most important thing here? Is it about me, you, putting a motion on the table, or is it about giving Tunbridge residents the opportunity to have an opinion on a town council? I think it's purely simple as that. It's giving those residents that opportunity, and the previous motion has done and dusted that. Simple as that. We don't need to stand up and do motions left, right, and centre. Just take the first motion and let's get on with it. Thank you.
okay.
Thank you. I'd just point out that there may be some councillors who held back some points that they would otherwise have made in the previous motion because they felt that they were more relevant at this point. We don't really need to spend a lot of time. We seem to be spending a lot of time debating whether or not we should be having a debate, which doesn't seem terribly productive. I just wanted to add a couple of points. Firstly, I will agree with the points made earlier of thanks to everyone involved in the town council campaign from several different parties and none. I can confirm that early in the morning in the farmers market, when it's raining, it's a bad time to discover you've got a hole in your shoe. And also to just stress the point that point was made, there is always the concern, what if we elect bad town councillors and they spend badly? That's true of what if people elect bad borough councillors? What if they elect bad councillors to the new unitary? What if they elect bad MPs? That fundamentally, in a democracy, you have to trust people to elect people.
Honeywell.
Can I respectfully ask that we just have a vote?
Councillor Taylor.
Before you have a vote, I've got to withdraw my amendment, and I so do.
Seconder. No. Yes, we got one.
Hello. Hello.
Can we go straight to the vote then, please?
Oh, excuse me.
It's Mr. Hood.
I'm the seconder. You've just called the seconder to speak.
Yeah.
Right. Can I? Is it time for me to speak now?
Yeah, you can.
Right. Thank you very much. Now that we've got to the end of people putting their hands up to say, can we not stop talking? And then they have prolonged the debate pointlessly. I think actually this is a fantastic opportunity for actually to create something council which is going to give the ability of people to participate in the democratic process. People who can't actually stand for borough council or county council because they're in roles which are protected. They're not allowed to stand for borough council. And I think Tunbridge's got lots of those kinds of people. And I think that with their experience and the passion of the people of Tunbridge, we're going to be on the cusp of seeing something quite wonderful. And I when we've had our meetings, we've had visitors from chairman, other councils, other parishes. We had a visitor from from Rootham Borough Council who told us exactly the value of the parish council where he lives, where the Larkfield Parish Council came along and told us exactly the same thing. But it's not about us, as has been said. This has already been triggered, and it's up to the people of Tunbridge, as should be right. Please support the motion. I think this chamber has really done itself a disservice last half.
Can we have a vote on this then? Councillor Bridge, you've got your final word.
Just one final word in that case. The previous motion does refer to residents creating a town council with residents' wishes, but it's not part of the resolution. It's part of the preamble. whereas I've put it specifically as the resolution. That's the difference.
And we could go for a vote then, please. Those in favour, do you want to do it, Alison? Yeah. Voting in favour. Against. And abstain. (21) abstain, 19 in favour. The motion has not been carried. Has been.
That's
you
my
see
fault
me
then,
in
but
your
I'm
office,
clearly,
please,
I'm
later.
clearly getting too tired.
Yeah. Item 23. Sorry. Got carried away here. Item 20, I'm trying to finish them. Item 22, motion 25/004, village green status for River Lawn, Tunbridge. A notice of the motion has been submitted by Councillor Hood. The Councillor Hood is invited to propose and speak on this motion. Time limit 5 minutes. Councillor Hood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll be as brief as I possibly can. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, colleagues. I know it's late. In March 2018, Bardin Residents Association applied for Village Green designation for the open space known as River Lawn, and their application was heard by the Regulation Committee of Kent County Council, but it was unsuccessful because of technical trigger points raised as objections by this council. All of the criteria for Village Green status had been met. The applicants had demonstrated that the land had been used for pastimes and for recreation for more than 20 years. Previously, the council has refused to register the land here because it didn't want to tie the hands of a future council. Now we are facing a future where ownership of this land will pass to a unitary authority, and protecting this space for the enjoyment of residents in perpetuity has never been more important. When we've seen the ongoing disposal of property assets in our borough and neighbouring ones, which we can expect to join us in a new unitary authority, it is important that this space is afforded the greatest possible protection. Yes, there is the potential for local green space designation, but that only offers limited safeguarding for the period covered by the local plan. So local people have been denied use of this space because of the rewilding management down there. And the organisations down there include the nursery that operates out of the 14th Tunbridge Sea Scouts and 1st Tunbridge Scouts, who used to pitch their tents there. They've been going since 1907. So the greensward was planted there by the Tunbridge Urban District Council in order to give veterans work to do after the Great War, give them employment and to create an amenity space. So recently the council has agreed not to object to the creation of the village green at Upper Castle Fields. And so we think that it is perfectly logical that River Lawn is afforded exactly the same protection. So I'll just leave it there in the interest of brevity. Thank you very much.
Have a seconder. No problem. Thank you. Do you want to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This motion introduced by Councillor Hood and seconded by myself is designed to actively protect River Lawn for the benefit of our community now and into the future. By taking this important step, we can ensure that this valued green space continues to be a vital resource for the residents of Tunbridge and future generations. It's essential to recognise the significant role River Lawn plays in enhancing our community. Beyond its natural beauty, it serves as a crucial Thank you. It serves as a crucial component of our environmental and mental well-being. This area supports local wildlife and contributes to a thriving ecosystem, providing numerous benefits to our community. As we face the potential for nearby large-scale development, maintaining River Lawn as a peaceful refuge will be vital for those seeking a serene experience away from the more active sports grounds. As Mark said, since it was purchased in the aftermath of the Second World War, River Lawn has been a valuable asset to our community, offering a recreational haven for residents and creating job opportunities for veterans. By committing to preserve this resource, we can foster its vitality and accessibility for everyone, ensuring that River Lawn continues to prosper for years to come. Moreover, River Lawn showcases our strong dedication to nature and biodiversity. We are committed to enhancing its health and beauty, ensuring that all community members can enjoy its benefits for many years ahead. I trust that all members will recognise the importance of this motion and vote in support of our collective vision for River Lawn. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pilgrim. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Chair. Along with the last motion, I think we all realise that because of the devolution, we need to get things in order quickly to safeguard as much of our area as we can. Therefore, can I propose that we go straight to a vote?
Yes. Agreed. Yeah. Councillor Arman, and it's agreed. Thank you. Nobody's against? Item 23, motion 25/005, waiver of the loss of earnings of Tunbridge Pride. I invite Councillor Cope to propose and speak in this motion.
This was withdrawn. I can't remember. Des will remind me what date. Thursday? This was withdrawn last week. Thank you.
Yeah, it was withdrawn via communication by ourselves, but of course we were advised that it has to be withdrawn in person.
Oh, okay. I'm withdrawing it in person. We found a resolution to the issue. Thank you.
Can I have a seconder for that? Yeah. Agreed. Passed. Order, thank you. Item 15, the Locum and Act pay policy.
Agreed.
Agreed. Carried. Rose. Yeah, I know, but I need a,
You've just agreed it, Chairman, sir.
okay. Is it? Agreed. Second, yeah, thank you. Next. We got that, yeah. Item 16, establishment report, recommendations GP 25/8 of the General Purpose Committee. Proposer, yeah.
I'll propose that one, Chairman, this time.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Rose. And yeah, seconded, Councillor Hudson. Is that agreed? Carried. Item 17, risk management. Recommendations of the Cabinet on the 11th of February set out in the supplementary pack 3, pages 9 to 10. I invite Councillor Cannon, the chair of the Audit Committee, to comment and move recommendations.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I'd like to move the recommendation on the strategic risk management as set out in the supplement 3 of the agenda.
It's Councillor Bolton. Yep. Is that agreed? Passed. Item 18, Treasury Management Update and Treasury Management of the Annual Investment Strategy 2025-2026. Recommendations of Cabinet on the 11th of February is set out in the supplementary pack 3, page numbers 11 to 12. Can I invite Councillor Cannon?
Thank you again, Your Worship. Once again, I'd like to move the recommendation as set out in supplement 3 of the agenda.
Councillor Bolton, second it. Yep. Agreed. Item 19, audit. Annual audit report. Recommendations of Cabinet on the 11th of February set out in the supplementary pack 3, pages 13 to 14. I invite Councillor Cannon to comment.
Thank you, Your Worship. I won't be quite as brief on this, I'm afraid. I just want to say a quick word about the backdrop to this, and there was priority was given to authorities regarding their audits whose accounts were not up to date. As a result, we had to delay our audits until after September 2024. In that context, I'd like to thank the finance team for their outstanding achievement in signing off the 2023 audit by mid-January. That is particularly impressive because that is the time they normally spend with the budget setting process, and only Tunbridge Wells, amongst the Kent authorities, managed that feat at such an early date. So many congratulations to them. Having said that, I'd like to move the recommendation as regards the audit report as set out in supplement 3 of the agenda.
Yeah, second. Agreed. Passed. We'll go back to item 24. Review of the minutes set out in the minute green book. The minutes book published as a supplement, as this is a matter of information asked by members if they can be received and noted. And then, are you happy to receive those minutes? Thank you. Sealing of the documents. So, item 25. Seek agreement with authority given by the common seal the council has affixed the minutes and proceedings.
Please be upstanding for the mayor.
Thank you for your patience, everybody.